it. Don't try to hide it. I'ma make you my bitch. Remember how you did it, remember how you did it. If you still wanna kiss it, come and get it. Sweeter than a rice cake, cake bread sippin', kill it, tip it, cake. If you're sexy and you know it, ain't afraid to show it. Put a candle on my motherfucking back, baby, blow it. Love the way you do it when you do it like that. Show up with the stacks, ring the racks on my rack. Wrap it up, boy, while I took this bow off. Talk that talk, yeah, I know I'm such a show off. Daddy, make a wish, put this cake in your face. And it's not even my birthday. I know you wanna bite this, it's so enticing. Nothing else like this, I'ma make you my bitch. Cake, 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 cake. But you wanna put your name on it.
Hello, everyone. Good night. So, welcome to our show. This is Relationship Talk with Sharlene, and we have our other co-host, Dame. And today we're going to be talking to you about what are the challenges of building in a relationship. Can a man stay focused? And what is it that men really want? So I think this is a really good conversation. Hopefully we have people from the chat who will click the link and join the panel. If you do join the panel, this is not your time to tell your story. Please keep it to a minimum. Get your point across, but do not go on a full dragged out session. We don't have time for that. We're not doing that today. So yes. So before we begin our show, I like to set the tone, set the mood, and if you're listening now, this is a treat for you. So I like to start off with affirmations, but today I'm going to do a different kind of affirmation. So I'm going to switch it up, and this way I'm going to ask questions to your subconscious mind, and we're going to instill some things in there. So this is a different method of affirmations, but it's very effective. I find that it's even more effective than self-concept affirmations. Okay, so if you're here with me, take it all in, breathe out. This is the time where you get to soak in all these happy thoughts. All right. Why is it so easy for me to attract money? So it is easy for me to attract money. Why do I attract love and relationships so easy? I do attract love and relationships so easy. Why is it so easy for me to accept love? It is easy for me to accept love. Why am I so grateful for my partner? I am grateful for my partner. Why do I feel safe and secure in my marriage? I do feel safe and secure in my marriage. Why do me and my partner have good times? Me and my partner do have good times. Why am I so successful? I am very successful. Why do I choose to surround myself with positive and loving people? I do choose to spend my time with positive and loving people. Why does my partner support me in my endeavors? Oh, my partner does support me in my endeavors. Why does my partner bring out the best in me? So my partner does bring out the best in me. Why do I feel good all the time? Oh, I do feel good all the time. Okay, hopefully you enjoy those affirmations and the question style. This way you're tricking your brain, right? Because you're instilling the fact that why is this happening in your life? And you're subconsciously telling yourself it is happening. So therefore, your subconscious mind is gonna think it's true. All right, with that being said, let's move on to our show. And I would like for Dame Frankie to have her come on in. Dame, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. So, we have our unique title today, and it is What are some challenges of building in a relationship? And can a man stay focused? And what is it that men really want? So I know we hear men and women in these YouTube streets, everybody got problems. People just go on a list of things, and more times than not, everybody like they say one thing, but then they do another. So we really want to get it down and packed. Like, what is it that you guys really want? So I'll have Dane. Dane, what do you think? What are some changes in a relationship? What are some challenges you think that people will go through in a relationship
Um, well,
in the
communication.
building?
They expect the other
Communication.
person. Mhm. Hello.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
All
Communication.
right.
Yeah.
Communication, because they expect the other person to read their minds, or just to know, or they assume they know what the person is thinking of, thinking about. So communication seems to be the utmost.
Yeah. Communication is. I think communication is number one. Because if you communicate your intentions and your wants and what is it that you expect, I think more times than not, I think you guys can come to level ground. You guys can have a better understanding of each other, and hopefully, you guys can put forth the actions that you guys communicate about. But I know communication could be kind of hard because how do you know what your partner is saying? Like you can't read their minds. And as adults, as we mature, we need to be able to be open and honest about our feelings and be good listeners. And I think that comes as the first thing, communication. Because without communication, you can't have intimacy, you can't have conflict resolution, you can't overcome your sexual problems if you do have it. And communication also helps out with money problems, trauma, showing gratitude. Everything stems from communication. With that being said, what else? What other problems people may have?
Um, let's see. The part that interferes with communication, fear of losing the other person, or having the other person think badly of you.
So we have fear of rejection.
Hmm.
Fear, yes. So people have fear of rejection. People have fear to express themselves, because they always want their partner to agree or in some terms be happy with them, not really upset them or ruffle their feathers. So, some things you can tell your partner, but you don't want to tell them everything because you're scared of their reaction. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. Yep. Did we drop the link? Oh, you guys, today's my birthday.
Yeah.
I just
Well,
wanted to say that.
yeah. Happy birthday. No, I pinned the link to the top of the chat.
Yeah.
Randy was impatient, so I guess he wanted to hop on it there.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Randy, you can hop on the panel where we're all talk. You can come up here. You can talk about your relationship with your a non-black girlfriend. Hello, Randy. Did you have something to add? What are some challenges in building in a relationship?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Like you came up here, we're having relationship talk here, you know? We acknowledge your presence and now we're waiting to hear from you. Are you there?
Okay,
Okay.
I guess
I
either
guess we're not doing the ratchet conversation, so he doesn't know what to say.
yeah, either fear of what he fear that what he says gonna get him kicked out for good, or his data or his internet is acting up.
Oh, okay. Randy, you can hop on here. We know you don't date within your race, you date outside your race. I think everybody in the chat, we're okay with it. It doesn't bother us. But if you want to add something to a relationship talk, you can come up here and add your piece and talk about what's going on in your relationship. We are all ears. We want to know.
Oh, he said his phone is tripping.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's keep going. So we said communication, and Dame brought up some really good suggestions, and she brought up some really good points. And I think Dame has a lot of experience. You can tell with her storytelling. You can tell about how many people she meet in her life and the people she interact with. So Dame can tell you from firsthand experience. Um, let's see. I know infidelities. This is a big one.
Mm-hmm. And
Yes.
and be
Go ahead.
clear on what y'all consider infidelity. One person might not consider uh uh um um I don't know what to call it. I don't want to get vulgar, but they feel if they're not physically in that person's present, the especially since it seemed to be in prominent in the internet. They meet somebody and they chit chat with them and they masturbate pretty much. They don't consider that infidelity, but for somebody else, that's infidelity. No,
That
I
is
better be
because you're
clear what you consider infidelity or just something natural. Because some people find the a form of knowing yourself. Okay, that's cool, fine, as long as it's not with another person.
fact.
Mhm.
What about all right, infidelities? We know about cheating, looking to cheat, trying to cheat. Nobody saying anything is wrong with flirting. And we know guys have wandering eyes, women have wandering eyes. You know, we can see somebody and we can admire them for their beauty and they look good, but we don't have to act on, certain impulses. We know we have strict boundaries. We know we have our spouse and we move on. But what about emotional cheating?
Mm. I
What
think
about that one?
to be honest, I think the men find emotional cheating a lot worse than females do, because either we don't think we are, because I've run into some women who think what they just having a conversation, but they really borderline emotionally cheating.
Mm,
And that's when you're talking about the problems in your relationship with this other person, but not with the person you're in a relationship with. It skirts the edge of advice, especially if they the opposite sex. You know, you know, you thinking. I know several women that fell into this category. They thinking they're seeking advice from another male on how a man thinks about situations going on in their relationship. And I'm like, and I had to tell them, no, 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 no. This is not your father or your brother or uncle or male cousin. This is somebody that's not related to you by blood. You cannot go to them. Your, I say, could your significant other, your husband, will feel that you're cheating on them, especially you talking about things that's going on in your marriage. Problems and stuff like that. And I said you cannot trust the advice of somebody of the opposite sex that ain't related to you, because
Hmm.
there's a motivation to mess up your relationship.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? So I was listening to somebody else's live, and they was talking about how, when people are in relationships, and other people, let's say other people, they get into problems. So let's say me and my friend, we get into a problem at work, and she doesn't like me anymore, and she hates my guts, and she will probably try to go sleep with my significant other and my husband, boyfriend, etc., right? Just to get back at me. And let's be truthful, there are people who are out there that will do that, and they are going to test you. I mean, at some point, you're going to get tested.
Yeah.
So are you going to fall for the bait, or are you going to, stand on your toes and stand with your integrity, and know that you have your girlfriend, and situations like these arise, and you don't feed into how your lower part. But I think the main reason that is because of intimacy.
Hmm.
So it's like we said, intimacy is like you have to have intimacy on a physical level, a social level, emotional support, mentally and spiritually. If you have all of those there, it's very, very hard for somebody to come between you and another person, you and your spouse. And I would say this also, right? If a man is he has his wife, and he's always working, and he's always creating things, like he has a project, he has something he's trying to achieve, or he's working against, he's using his mind. He doesn't have an idle mind. Remember that saying, an idle mind is a devil's playground?
Hmm.
So I
Or
believe
idle
that.
hands.
Yeah. If your mind is idle and you don't take real estate in your mind, it becomes a playground to anyone. Anyone can get you. Anyone can make you believe something. Anyone can entice you. Anyone can wheel you in. Let's go ahead. And I feel like the other problems are just smaller problems, but I think the main ones is intimacy, communication. I think those two, because everything else can be worked out if you just have those two that are really strong. And
Hmm.
then we talk about how you have substance abuse, people drinking, smoking, they have drug problems. That's a whole nother situation. Money problems, yeah. Trauma, showing gratitude. I think all of those problems can be solved if you have good communication skills and you have intimacy between both parties.
And you jump the hurdle of fear. Confront the things that you fear. You fear losing this person, so you don't tell them everything. You don't show them everything. You don't let yourself relax to be yourself, whether the negative, the positive, the good or the bad, or the ugly, as they say. You're
Mm-hmm.
constantly trying to be the best foot forward, and then by the time you show your bad foot, they think you're a whole nother person. That's where when you hear phrase they change, usually it means that they could no longer keep up the facade that they were projecting because they fear losing you. So stuff started slipping. So be honest to be honest in the relationship. If you honest in a relationship and you let yourself be vulnerable with this person and you show them that there's sides of you that ain't that nice or that's ugly and stuff like that, and they can accept that, and then they can do the same for you. They can
Mm,
show their vulnerable side. When y'all vulnerable to each other and y'all show all y'all parts, that is the true intimacy, even more than sex and emotion. When you are free to be yourself all the way.
I agree. I think that's what we all kind of want unknowingly is to be able to let our hair down, be able to be, be safe, be able to know that we're accepted for all our flaws and nobody's going to judge us, they still love us. And yeah, I think yeah, that's what a lot of people want. Okay, so now we have some clips. I think we went over some challenges. I mean, there are more challenges, but I think those challenges can be overcome with communication and intimacy. But let's move on to some other content. Let's move on to the videos.
Okay. All right. So
Let's
before we
do,
show our videos, let's cover our bases with
okay.
fair use. All right. And for those who wants to come in onto the panel, the link is pinned um, to the top of the chat. All right. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, oh, surely, news report, only for those who don't know, teaching, we're going to learn something new today. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright. All right, let's get this ball rolling. Okay, so here we go with the first video.
So, I want to discuss a TikTok video that went viral, and it's titled Why Women Should Be Financially Independent. And it's from a Black woman, and she's basically encouraging other women to make sure they are financially independent. And it's because of her own experience with her husband, who did not want to support her financially when she got fired from her job, and who overall seems to not be very generous with his money. And before I play this clip, I want to say that none of us know this woman. We don't know the entire situation with her husband. This is not an attack on them. I'm asking that none of my subscribers flood this woman's comment section with your opinions about her personal life. I am just using this video as a real world example and reference to help women avoid ending up in this kind of situation. And I think this is very important to discuss for multiple reasons. One, because I do think that women should be financially independent and not solely dependent on a man. And if you're going to be dependent on a man in any capacity, it should definitely be the right kind of man. And I also think this is important to discuss because this is some of what's on the other side of this high value man conversation that has literally exploded online, but the manosphere overlooks or doesn't want to talk about. But we're going to talk about it today. So let's first get into the clip.
I just asked my husband to clean up a bug corpse, and he seemed like it annoyed him that I was there. And so I talked the other day, I posted about how I got this $95,000 salary job. And then within 6 months, they fired me. And it was right when I came back. I was coming back from a honeymoon from getting married. So naturally, I only get severance for 2 weeks, and I'm telling him that I'm expecting support from him. He's my husband now. He has money. He has a great job. And the first thing I talk about is like, oh, I'm gonna have a hard time paying my bills until I get a job. I don't want to use up all my severance. And he was like, well, how much do you need? And I was like, what do you mean? Like, this is how many bills I have that I pay in a month. And he was like, yeah, I can't pay that. This is what I can give you. I can give you, what, is 300 enough? And I was like, I felt like I was bartering and bargaining with someone that I expected that if something like this happened for me, he would just cover the bills that I have and the rest of the household bills that he was already paying until I got back on my feet. And this is one of the reasons why I've been so determined in my business to make it successful. And one of the only main motivations for me was to make sure that I did not need money from my husband, because so many times he has, in so many ways, kind of thrown it in my face that the only reason, he said this to me, the only reason we have these things, the house and, opportunities and trips and stuff, it's because of him. He says it all the time. Like, the only reason we have these things is because of me. And I'll be like, who would say that? And he's like, well, it's a fact. And I worked hard to make $30,000 a month in my business because I knew that I wanted to show him I can make significantly more than you on my own, and I will never need you to pay for anything else for me ever again.
So I actually agree with some of what she said, as I have
Okay, we
stated
can pause
several times on this.
Okay, if you wanna click the link, you can right now. The link is pinned. If you want to add your commentary, please do so. The floor is open. Okay,
Okay.
so basically, I felt like to me she was kind of bamboozled into a situation where she thought she could lean on her husband, and you know how you like lean back and then somebody like catches you. To me, it seems like he let her fall. Like he wasn't there to like hold her up to support her. He basically tell her she needs to go find her pillows and her blanket because that's how I felt. What about you, Dave?
Yeah, and I'm like, how did you miss that? I don't know. It's because she hadn't reached that point because she had a job, and then she came back from the honeymoon. She didn't have a job and stuff like that. And he make it sound like she did it on purpose. So support. And you married her. You had to know that you're going to have to help. Uh, uh, um, and I'm thinking, why is she still with him? But survival make you stay longer. Or maybe she's hoping he's not as bad as she thinks. But I think at this point she's trying to get herself on her feet, and then she ain't putting up with that no more because he keeps rubbing it in. I think he's happy that she lost her job. I personally think he is gleefully happy she lost her job and that he could rub it in her face.
Yeah, I agree too because like what man will say that to you? Like you
Mhm.
better be glad that we have this and that. Like come on, I thought you were supposed to love me, cherish me, be honored to be with me and be happy that, you wake up next to me every day. It shouldn't be a burden. It shouldn't be like I'm doing you a favor. Nobody wants to feel like you're doing someone else a favor, especially when it comes to love and relationships. Like we're thinking that like if you love me, like I'm your partner in life, like like you find me attractive, like you want me, you like me. Like I don't just for somebody to just say that, I feel like that's a slap in her face. And if I was her, I wouldn't be with him, like not much longer.
Yeah, yeah.
What is the
I
point?
think she unknowingly got involved into a 50-50 relationship. And see, that's the bad part about 50-50 relationship. Um, if he is able to hold his end, he's able to like take care of the bills and all that other stuff. His mindset is he is keeping score, and that he feels that okay, since he's doing it all now, that you don't have much say in the matter. He's gonna constantly remind you anytime the subject of money come up, you know. So she had unknowingly wandered into a 50-50 relationship and didn't know it. And a hardcore 50-50. He's not
Facts,
even willing to compromise.
facts. All right, what are some ways that women could avoid this? What do you think?
Mm. Uh, okay, so she got to pay attention a lot more to what he says and does. Does he kind of grumble when he's paying the check? Does he talk about women equal and stuff like that? Um, shouldn't you be paying? Or I know there's red flags. I very seldom run into it and stuff like that, so I don't know exactly how to identify. But I think you need to do more talking. Find out what you feel about, how he feels about it. Ask the question. I was watching some reality show. They get almost to the end, And it turned out her friend was asking the question. And, how do you feel? Her friend asked the question about, how do you feel about, paying the bills? Do you pay all of it? 50, half of it, or and all kind of stuff. And he said, you know what? I have no, he said, 50-50 because we're in partnership. His mindset was in partnership. She was of the old fashioned, no, 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 paid out, but they never talked about it. They doing all the romance and all that other stuff. And she waited till towards the end, and then her friend had to bring it up to ask that pertinent question. If you're in a relationship, how do you feel about it? If I move in with you, how we do the bills and all that other stuff. That should have came up on the table before they made that step to get married. When they got to the point of, at least at the point of engagement and stuff like that, if not sooner, then she would have known what she'd been dealing with.
Damn. I would say, like you said, ask questions in the dating phase. Put yourself in third person perspective and be like, if Susan and Mark was to get together, what is a possible relationship for you? And have the men, answer the questions. That's the only way you're gonna know during the dating phase. Also, so men do lie, but you have to pay attention to what they do also. What restaurants is he taking me to? How much is he paying? Does he complain? Does he try to, go out? Does he try to expand? I mean, is he just taking me to these small restaurants? You know, is he trying to be old fashioned? You gotta ask yourself these questions because, we, most women want like really good dining experiences. Can he offer that? You gotta ask all of these questions. And you know what? I think when you're in the dating phase and you've been dating for some time, I think you should ask the guy one day, be like, something happened and you need money for this, or something happened and you need something, or you need him to come out here and help you, and see what he says, see how he reacts, and see how he says. How they say, never ever sleep with somebody when if you was to ask them for some money, they don't give it to you and they look at you like you crazy, or you ask them for help and they look at you like you crazy. You better not talk to that person again.
Even no. I also think you need to do it even more so before you're sleeping with her. Because some guys are the
Yeah,
mindset, as
before.
long as I'm sleeping with you, yeah, I'm taking care of the bill. But I'm helping you out. But the moment you're no longer sleeping with them, is complete cut off. That's why you get these baby daddies, unless the woman is sleeping with them, they're not taking care of the kids. They're not helping out. She got to pretty much, you know, be in a halfway relationship with them. You know, be on booty on tap.
Facts.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, so let's take a comedy break.
Okay. All right. In fact, okay. I think okay. I think this one actually will kind of fit our topic a little bit.
Okay.
It's a little funny though. All right, right about here. All right.
That way you like it?
Go ahead, man.
That way you like?
Bite my nipple.
You want my bite your nipple?
Bite my nipple.
Huh?
I say.
I'm gonna bite your fucking nipple. Come. Mm-hmm.
Make it cool.
Yes.
Don't let him come inside of you. He's a waste man.
You hear that?
What?
Just enjoy the sex and don't let him breed you.
Yo, you dip on jokes?
I thought I hear something. Wait,
Me no hear nothing you tell me about if me hear something, man. What I'm telling you, man?
Let me go back in the
Can I
mood.
go?
Let me go back in the mood. Yes.
Ask him why he doesn't see his children.
What? I heard something.
He's a good cocky waste man.
Wait. Hold on. Before we finish, let me ask you something. Why you don't see your kids again? What happened?
What you ask me, say right now, I tell you about my baby mother already, man.
Nah, tell me about your baby mother. Tell me.
The girl run off from my picture, then I tell her that already.
Tell me.
Yep. Joke thing this now.
Nah, I ain't feeling the vibes. Let me come on for you.
No, sir.
Nah, I ain't not feeling the vibes. Nah.
Caribbean channels. Remember, click the subscribe button, click the bell notification so you get a notification as soon as the video upload. And if you want to support the channel, go in the description and click the link to our merch. Boom.
Okay, that was funny. I was dying.
Okay, everybody, that was a skit. The actor that plays the skit, he plays both parts. He's the only person. But as for the woman, sometimes God be whispering in your ears, your instincts be going. Something tells you that something's not quite right. So it might not be just sex, God whispering to you, don't breathe with the man. It could be that something's not right with this man, or he's stingy, or there be some clues. The problem is, do you recognize them?
I know one. If you don't feel comfortable with the person and you're not able to be yourself, or he's asking you weird questions, that's probably a sign also. That's one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to what is it that men really want?
Uh-huh. Do we know
We
what
asked a
we're
couple of
thinking
people
of?
on YouTube. We asked a couple of people on YouTube, and here's what they said.
All right. Okay, let's see. I got them backwards. Okay, well, it's good enough. Okay, let's start right here. Here we go.
Men really want in a woman? I think one, of course, it depends on the man that you talk to, and everyone's going to have different desires and different things that they're looking for out of a woman. I definitely think that where a man is in his life, as far as his success, what he's accomplished, and what he's experienced, will have a huge impact on what he looks for in a woman and what he's willing to accept. However, what I will say that men need in a woman is support, someone who believes in them, someone who's actually willing to listen. Because as much as women complain about men being horrible communicators, women are actually poor communicators in a lot of ways. Yes, they may express a lot of things, but they're not doing it in an effective manner. And then when the guy opens up to them, too many women don't know how to nurture that conversation. They make him feel some kind of way about it. They make him shut down because maybe they attack his feelings, or they disqualify or devalue them. Some way, somehow, they don't create an environment that the man feels comfortable continuously opening up to them. So the man needs someone who can listen, who's going to believe in him, who's going to pour positive energy into his life. As men, we already have a lot of pressures that we have to face. As much as we talk about the things that women deal with, there are a lot of things that weigh on a man and make it hard for him to feel confident, to feel good, to be ambitious, to do the things that he needs to do. So to have a woman who can pour positive energy into him and lift up his spirits and make him feel good about who he is a very powerful thing that I believe every man needs when they're with a woman in a relationship. So to me, and of course, we can talk about the sexual satisfaction, and there's a lot of other things that come into play. But those things I just mentioned, support, believing in him, and positive energy, I believe those things will have the greatest impact on his life, and everything else can fall into place from there. So to me, it's not about necessarily what men want, but what do they need? And when you tap into that, that will change everything for both sides.
Okay, that
Okay,
was
so were y'all able to hear him clearly?
okay. I
I said,
heard him, but it was kind of
alright,
low.
yeah. Okay. All right. So he says what the men need, not just what they want, what they need, the core. I, I think he's accurate about that. Um, there's a difference between being able to express your feelings and listening in. Sometimes we don't listen in quite so clearly. And also I think we show support. We do show support, but we do, instead of asking them what they need for support, sometimes we assume or we giving them support in a way we think they want, but that's not what they want. That's not support to them. It's like the love language. Everybody has a different love language that when you do this for them or when they do this for you, that that's them showing love to you. Or is it the other way around? I always get that love language thing kind of mixed up. It's either what is to you they do for you or with you, that's love language for you. Yeah, something like that. And vice versa.
Okay, yeah. And then I heard that he mainly said men are looking for somebody to pour into them. So they're looking for positive affirmation from the woman and to say that she believes in him and tell him all of these things so he could go out and conquer the world. Yeah, I agree with that. All
Mm-hmm.
right, so that's one person. But what they say in these YouTube streets is totally different. That's a whole different conversation. But all right, let's move on to the other video.
Okay. Okay, let's go with this one. All right, here we go.
There's one thing that every guy wants at the end of the day: nothing. Every guy deep down wants to be able to sit there and do and think about nothing. Everything we do is motivated by this desire. It's why we have jobs, so that we can have enough money to eventually sit there and do nothing. It's why we weaponize incompetence, because if we pretend that we don't know how to do something long enough, they'll stop asking us and we can sit there and do nothing. Women, on the other hand, seem to be motivated by the exact opposite. Women seem to be motivated by the desire to do something. It doesn't matter what that thing is, as long as it's something. If there's nothing to do, they'll find something to do. It's why a woman will get upset if she comes home and sees her husband doing nothing. It's why men don't understand drama, because drama is literally making something out of nothing. It's already nothing. Leave it alone. Now you're making it something. It's why men are always trying to fix things, because you have a problem, I fix it, now it's nothing. Everything we do is pushing us towards that ever elusive, sacred place of nothing.
I'm like, hold on. I think everybody wants to do nothing. And not only men complain when they come home and the women don't do anything either. So what are you really saying? But
I have known men who do things badly on purpose just so they won't have to do it. And I usually bust their bubble and let a friend know. But I said, let him do it, but he don't do it right. He's never gonna learn as long as you keep doing it. Let him do it. Trust me. If you put that diaper on wrong, and the baby pee on him for the first time, you're gonna do it correctly. Let it. But yeah, I do believe that because I've seen enough of them do it. But the one do nothing, I don't know. I do know sometimes they want to unwind. They want some quiet time. But is it necessarily not doing nothing? Because I've seen men who got to do something just as much as women do. It's just that it it has to. I've seen some of them that can't sit idle. You know, those are the ones you gotta practically sit on them if they injured or hurt, to make them stay down and until their body finish healing. So what do you think, Sharlene?
Oh, I just said it. I feel like everybody sometimes they don't want to do anything. Most people want to sit there and not do anything also. I mean, but you gotta have that motivation and that drive to do something. I mean, people create gardens, they do things to make stuff look beautiful, to have a change, have a purpose. So I know at some points you just don't want to relax and meditate and really do nothing and think about nothing. I think that's the time for that, but most of the time we're all searching for purpose. So, and then I didn't like the fact that he said, women complain when the man don't do nothing. I'd be like, men complain when the woman doesn't do anything also. So I don't know. I think that what he said could go for both parties.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
And I think so too. It's just that I think when a woman does nothing, she has more things pulling at her. So when she don't do nothing, it's very much notable, and people think there's something wrong. Well, shoot, even she probably think there's something wrong. You know, I just don't wants today.
mm, okay, let's move on to the next one.
Okay. Ready? Here's the next what the man. Okay, chat. Y'all can say whether y'all agree or disagree. Something.
Right? The chat is not engaged.
Yeah.
Let's do a comedy skit.
What, a comment skit already? Okay. Let me undo it.
Yeah, let's do the comedy skit.
All right. Now this one I think is hilarious, and one day we're gonna be hearing about this one. It's gonna be for real. And the name of it is "This is why you should pay your child support money." Okay, I couldn't help it. I had to get that away.
Yes, in my ball for your bicycle right now, and I can't manage it. The bills are killing me. So we can't go off on the bicycle. How that Trevor? I'm gonna talk to him.
Don't put up on the phone.
I'm gonna talk to him there. Hold on.
Don't put up on the phone, man.
Hello, Trevor.
Why you not mind your business?
Let me more mind your business. Why you not mind your picnic? I want to you. You know, some friend that struggle around here. All dirty junk, Trevor. You have 6 picnic with 4 women. I don't not mind none of them, but you out the road and spend money per man. Look like you love man. Listen to me, my friend not dead hungry, you know. Long as me there around, my friend alright, you know. Go take your money and shove up under your mother volcano. Think my friend that tell me say you good long, but it's soft in the middle. Go ahead. Take the phone here, man. Trevor, I'll call you back. Why you do that? What you mean? Are you me a defend? I want to you. More go Saks Fifth Avenue and that more do. You tell me about. Let's go.
I try to tell you. Yo, you see when you play the S-Black that? I wrong play that.
Put you on that blood clot here till next week Tuesday. I want to know.
Hey, who's this girl?
How we do? Shut your mouth, pussy waller.
I nearly shit myself a little while ago, you know.
Dog, you let me do what?
I see you living in a good community.
My girl, we are dealing. We don't know you.
More $375.
Talk again, my beer.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, Wagwan Kerwin, Wagwan. Sorry, me have to witness
What
this.
the fuck I see in here? There's
But
so
be a mother, brother.
More, you pick the need things and pussy and I pay your bumper clock,
you come
child
back.
support and your maintenance fee. More of my money now, or else people go dead now. Me shoot your friend, you know.
Joe.
I tell you, say, I'll give you the money next week, but you move someone. Your son need things and you not take care of your son. I want you.
The money upstairs. Go upstairs for the money.
Me not go upstairs alone. I want you. Give me a hear that you call police for me.
Come on, I'm go for the money for you.
Yeah, can it be any
Caribbean Chambers. Remember, click the subscribe button, click the bell notification so you'll get a notification as soon
Oh my goodness. So you're not the child support buddy. So she come up on him to get it one way or the other by any means necessary. I'm gonna feed my children.
Yeah, he ain't have,
You, your friend, that come to your house.
imagine if a woman was really doing that.
Oh,
That would be crazy. That is funny. All right, let's move on to the next video.
okay. Alrighty.
Let's go to Mr. Gaskin. Tony Gaskin,
Okay.
the relationship guru.
Oh, okay,
like
that
it.
was the one I was finna do next. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Let me put on there. All right. Here we go. All right. The relationship guru. I had no idea.
Hey, Tony Gaskis here. Got the question, what does a real man want? And it's a good question and it's something to think about. And of course, men should be thinking about what does a real woman want? And maybe a young lady can make that video. But I want you to understand something. And this is it's tough for a lot of women to accept, especially single women today in this day and age. But you have to realize there is a clear difference between a real man and what I call a grown boy. So you have a grown man and a grown boy. And there is a clear difference. Now, what I found being a man, key word, ladies, being a man, what I found is that there are men who think just like me in regards to a woman, and then there are men who think the opposite. But the opposite is all the same, and those who think like me are all the same. It's just two types. So it's not like, so one man over here is okay with a woman who curses like a sailor, who, gets drunk, or smokes, goes to the strip club, watches pornography, does all of those things. And then this other man over here, he wants a woman who doesn't curse like a sailor, who doesn't get drunk, who doesn't smoke, who doesn't go to the strip club, who doesn't watch pornography. And that's typically the breakdown. Now, there will be some things in there that are interchangeable. So a guy may say, well, I don't want her to smoke, but if she gets drunk, on Saturday, I guess I can live with it. He's not really cool with it, but he's feeling like, hey, I'll compromise. Now, for me, being the man that I am, and if you are not interested in a man that doesn't curse like a sailor, that doesn't get drunk, that doesn't smoke cigarettes or vape or weed, that doesn't watch pornography, that doesn't go to the strip club, that is over the age of 25 and doesn't even go to the regular club. If you're not interested in that type of man because that's not your type, because you're not that type of woman, then this video is not you. You will get the man that you desire. But that is not what I consider as a man, a real man, a man who's giving into lust, who's giving into vices that alter the state of his mind, whether it is weed, cigarettes, vaping, a man who curses like a sailor. And what I mean by that is he can't find the words to express what's on his mind without using profanity. I don't consider that a real man, because that man to me is not a good role model and a good example for his children. So therefore, what he wants in a woman is not the same thing that a real man wants. And the way I'm defining real man here is a man who is a role model, a healthy and positive role model that you would want your son or your daughter to look up to as an example of what a man should be. So don't say, well, my man is into pornography and I think he's a real man, or my man smokes weed and I think he's a real man, or my man gets drunk, but I think he's a real man. The next question you have to ask yourself is, would you want your son to be into pornography? And then what if, because your man is into it, your son starts watching it, but then decides he wants to be in it? Or what if your daughter, the same thing? What about your man getting drunk and your son or your daughter watching him get drunk? And so now they want to drink. They get drunk at 15, 16, they're driving drunk. So see, you have to think about the implications. You got to think about the consequences for the actions. And this is how I define and I separate a grown man from a grown boy, a real man from a grown boy. And so what a real man is looking for in a woman is a woman who knows who she is, and she's not acting out and doing things for clout, for the attention of a man. A lot of women are going to strip clubs to look cool to men, not because she truly wants to see another woman's butt clap. That she's not going, a lot of women are not going because they truly have a desire to watch butts clap. They are going because their man wants to go, and they feel like that if they tell him no, that he will sneak and go anyways, or it will make him cheat. So they say, okay, I will go too, so that I can be there and watch you and see what you're doing. And then a woman may open that part of her spirit, open that part of her mind. And then the next thing you know, she is with women and she's bisexual. And now you have threesomes and now you have this whole thing going on. But can you talk to your children about your lifestyle? Can you tell your 13, 14, 15-year-old son or daughter who is being tempted with premarital sex, can you tell them about your lifestyle and what you're doing? If the answer is no, then you shouldn't be doing it. And so what a real man is looking for, he's looking for a woman who does not curse like a sailor, a woman who keeps her mouth clean so that his 3-year-old son or daughter isn't going to school, going to preschool, and then going to kindergarten, dropping F-bombs and saying the S word and using all these dirty words. So a man is looking for a woman who knows how to express herself, to how to articulate herself. He also is looking for a woman who, a real man, and he's all of these things. So understand this. It's not a man who's not these things asking a woman to be this. So if you are a woman and you're saying, hey, what is a real man looking for? You have to realize he must be doing all these things in order to be considered a real man. And so he wants a woman who has the emotional intelligence to express what's on her mind without losing her cool, without losing her class, and in a way that if her child was watching her, that child could emulate her, and that child not be seen as rude, disrespectful, mannish, grown, just not being raised properly. The next thing is a man wants a woman who knows how to put things in order. What I mean by this is she knows how to be decent and in order, meaning she's not getting drunk and she's not getting high. So a real man doesn't want a woman that smokes weed because she's altering the state of her mind. She's getting high. She's putting chemicals into her body. These chemicals are on her skin. So their newborn baby is getting this marijuana in his or her pores, and getting a contact high or nicotine buzz or whatever because the mom smokes. A real man is not doing those things, and he's not looking for a woman that does those things. A grown man, a grown woman, is what we're speaking on. So a man is looking for a woman who respects her body, loves her body, and doesn't just give her body away to drugs, to too much alcohol. Of course, red wine, white wine, or having a cocktail, drinking socially and responsibly, that's totally different. We're not, so don't go there. And you already probably there in the comments talking about that. I'm not speaking on that. I mean getting drunk to where now your judgment is impaired and you become a different person because you are too much under the influence. A real man is looking for a woman who can be a role model to their sons and daughters. So this woman, she is not only not cursing like a sailor, she's not getting drunk, she's not smoking, but this woman, she has self-respect and
Okay, all right. So, what are you thinking so far on what he's saying?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
So I so Tony Gaskins is real. He talks about love relationships, and what he's saying is true. He's saying get somebody who are them. Like get somebody for what they're doing now, how they're acting, what they're portraying. Do not try to change someone. Like you said, don't go to the strip club to go get a girl if that's not what you want.
Okay. I also think it's interesting about what he said, a difference between grown men and grown boys.
Uh-huh.
Um. Okay. Yeah. Some of it could be that, and it could be down to preference too. Or maybe they do actually want women of that nature, but they don't think a long time down the road. You know, until they have children and start thinking along that line. Even some women who live that way, they don't stay living that way once they have kids. At least some of them. Some of them. But I have noticed there are kids out there that do curse like sailors. And when I try to, get them to change that up, I was like, what your mama say? My mama cursed too. I even went up to with your grandma because usually grandmas are, definitely said my grandmother's curse worse than I do. But yet they have relationships. So I don't know what to say about that. Hmm. Okay, Mika says she tells her children some of the things he's mentioned. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what he's saying is true. Because if you want a partner in life, you're gonna choose somebody of substance. You're not just gonna just choose anybody. And if you do, and that person falls short, you can't be mad because you knew who you was choosing to begin with. But Dame, I have to go.
Okay.
So you
All
got
right.
it.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Okay. All right. Happy birthday, Charlene. Yeah, it's Charlene's birthday today, so she has plans. Um, anyway, so as I was saying, um, yeah, but I think it's interesting also what he said about the reason why women go to the strip club. I think it's true. They don't go to initially for themselves. They dare to keep an eye on their man, or kind of have some kind of control in the situation. hmm Yeah, you're right, Mika. You want the person you choose to be a role model for you. Hi, Nisha. Yeah. So in order, I know some women that have gone with their man, figured that he won't cheat while she's right there, or she has some control. Okay, it's okay if he looks at other women, as long as he's not cheating on her, and ensure he don't have the opportunity. She goes there, or she sees it as an enhancement of their relationship. He gets all turned on by the woman, but he comes home with her. I've seen all those types, but as I said, eventually don't last. Then if he could persuade you to go to the strip club with him, next thing you know, he's gonna be persuading for a three-way or a threesome, and that don't really quite work. As far as right, it has to do with a certain amount of bisexuality, because two straight women cannot share one guy. No matter how hard you think it be, oh yeah, one get one in, one get the other in. No, no, it never works out with two straight women. Somebody's gonna be left out in the cold. Okay. And then it could also backfire on the guy. I've heard stories where a guy begged for a threesome, and next thing you know, he's the one left out in the cold. Okay. But yeah. Um it opens the door in that direction. And once you give in to something that you don't want to do, you start a pattern, and then it'll get more and more elaborate. Um so far we got this aspect of what men want. Okay, men who wants a long-term relationship, grown men, they want a woman who knows herself, certain amount of respectability. She's not cursing, or she's not cursing as her vernacular, as her language. Um, Not smoking. Well, I've seen some, bending when it comes to cigarettes and even weed. But he probably won't hesitate on chain smoking, especially as it became known as a health problem. So yeah. Um. Okay. Okay, Miller.
Hello.
Hey. So, what do you think on this topic on what do men want or really want in a woman? Miller. All right. But so far we heard um we heard what a man needs, which is support, uh positivity poured into them, and to be heard. Um Now we're getting it down to, well, there was one that was suggesting, oh, okay, Mala, that men want just to do nothing. Everything they do is to get to the level where they do nothing. Even when they fixing stuff, they fixing it, and they and solving it with a quickness so they can go back to doing nothing. Okay. Okay. I think there's a difference between wanting to do nothing and just kind of unwinding from working. Okay, and now we got this guy that they want certain things. It sounds like the lady in the in lady in the streets freaking the sheets. Well, he didn't get into that part yet, so I don't know if he ever does. But we'll continue watching the video to see.
I would come in on the part of lady in the streets and freaking the sheets. I would come in on the panel when you saying that. Okay. I'm gonna wait till the video finish playing. It's good to hear you, sweetheart. I'll wait until you finish your commentary. Let me know when you want me to say something, all right?
Okay. Did you hear the other videos?
I did hear about the man who had I was just finishing up what I was doing, and I heard about the man with the beautiful eyes speaking about what a real man wants from his real wife to be. And that was very motivating because it's important to have a certain type of character if you think you're going to have a man of a certain type of character. There are women who think that they can run around with their with a certain type of persona. That's what I'll call it. And they believe that they are entitled to an idealistic guy, and what they're not recognizing is that he'll never forget that you were cussing and fussing and tripping and whipping and announcing how sexually prowess, your prowess sexual, a man that will eventually entertain you will never forget how he met you. And he'll always know that you're just pretending to be something he would prefer you to be, as opposed, so in fact, he's just settling, right? Now, my own history, I actually was a good girl, okay? I was the type of woman that was known as a Miss Goody Two Shoes when I met my first husband. And also, by the time I met my second husband, I wasn't profane. I was a lot more experienced because I was in between marriages. But what I will say is that what he ultimately fell in love with was the fact that I just wanted to discuss the Christianity when we first met. I wanted to I wanted him to lead me about certain things in the scripture that I couldn't understand, because keep in mind, my first husband changed from Christianity to Islam. And it confused me why my first husband didn't think Christ was enough for our marriage. And so after we had a lot of study, he just began to explore what type of spirit I have. And he wanted me to be his wife and the mother of our son. So, these guys knew me, right? And they knew me as a woman that's not the persona that I have been, that people may have become familiar with online, of cussing and fussing and getting down and all that. That's a whole different type of persona that really accommodates this space in the past. What I'm starting to reconcile with is that people are taking each other way too seriously. And they're becoming very vindictive and evil unnecessarily. And so what I'm really concerned about is how the children are. I really want people to, I would choose to believe that people are just pretending to be mean-spirited out here. They're just pretending to be mean-spirited. And in fact, they're not at home cussing and fussing their children, in front of their children or at their children. I'm just hoping that people aren't mistreating their children out here. That's because I'm starting to get this burden in my spirit. Like, I'm not raising young children. I'm not raising teenagers. I'm not, I'm pretty much an empty nester when it comes to that situation. I'm not even a grandmother yet. So what I'm concerned about is, And it never occurred to me, are these people that are cussing and fussing and tripping and drop kicking one another online, are they talking like that around their children? You know, and it just came over in my spirit. So yeah, I can relate to what he's requesting from a woman of decent moral character. I can relate to that, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am seeing it a lot. You gotta constantly correct them on the language, especially when they mad and they arguing or when they get excited. Oh my goodness, I was like, I don't remember that language being so free, even among ourselves. But as I said, when I talk to some of them, it's is in their family. It's coming from their family. And I try to reach back towards, okay, how would your grandmother feel? And you're like, well, my grandmother cursed worse than I do. But yeah, they've been called little. Some of the girls been called little B's, little H's. Um, uh, yeah. So yeah. Sub at a junior high one day. You gonna see.
Yeah, boys
But
as
it's
well as
weird.
girls.
It's weird. It's the junior high. When I'm at the high school, I don't get all that. I don't hear it. I don't know if they just because they're
Really?
exploring, or it's just that it's another generation. Because technically, junior high and high school are kind of a separate generation almost. You know, or as one teacher said, they're maturing and they realizing, okay, they're almost out in the world as an adult, and there's no time to be playing around like the junior high ones do. Or they have a little bit more experience and they learn that language is not necessary, or if there's stuff they want to do, they're gonna have to leave that language behind. I just don't know. But as I said, junior high, they're cursing like little sailors, especially when they're excited or mad. High school, they almost like chill. Even when they're excited about stuff, I don't hear no curse words. You know.
Yeah.
So
That's
so
well, I'm glad to hear that.
so
I'm glad to hear that the high school children are learning that it's there are better ways to communicate than ignorant foul language, which is really designated for shock value.
Yeah, I
When
think
you're
so.
it's not really for it's not for conversation like that's
Now that you mention it,
people.
the middle schoolers don't really curse. They curse a little bit, but they don't curse to the extreme I see junior high do.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. My nieces and nephew are quite well behaved in my presence, so I hadn't known them to, it just hadn't, it. My family didn't do that, so it didn't occur to me that there are people that might be accustomed to that. Like a lot of my personality that I utilize online, it came from a group of women that were hurt, and they were constantly expressing ferociously what had happened to them and why they were hurt, and the cadence in which they talk and the way they quote unquote got down if somebody challenged them across the room. It was just mesmerizing. It was mesmerizing that women could be that freaking angry. And before I knew it, I innocently, come on Black YouTube thinking, okay, well, I'll try this this social media socializing thing. And before I knew it, there was some young lady that thought she could punk me, and I wasn't having it. And apparently it was so explosive that people were, every time I turned around, somebody was just challenging me. And it just became, I won't say it became a habit, but it did become ritual, sort of ritual. And it's not so much that I really liked it or didn't like it. It's just what it was, until I started realizing that I hear an echo. Hi, Super Mike brother. That might be you and I commingling with our digital frequency or something. Anyway, thank you for going on mute, brother. I appreciate that. What's happening is I remembered what I came to Black YouTube for. It was about nutrition and the children. Okay. And everything has been basically navigating everybody's anger ever since then. Because when I defend a child, I go all the way. Yep. I go all the way when I defend the child. And that's what I became known for on Uncle Suge's panels, like being there all night under the mission of defending a child. It's just that it was just so elaborate that people thought that that's how I operate in you know, in my own personhood. And that's not how I treat people at all. It's just that I don't start none, but for whatever reason, there are people that start stuff with me and I take it overboard. Like if you start something with me, I'm not going to just say, smirk it off. No, I have to let you know that is so inappropriate. I'm going to make sure you think twice about it before you do it again. And that would explain the overreactions. But I promise you, I can count on one hand, if not less, how many times I've actually sought out to make a frenemy or whatever. I don't seek out those types of behaviors and activities. They have come to me. And you know, I know people won't believe that, but it's true. You know, anybody that has followed any history regarding me, not that anybody asked, that's the case. I've been, I could be on a panel, somebody's talking crazy about me in the chat room. I could be in the chat room, somebody's talking crazy about me on a panel. I could be on a panel, somebody's talking they just do that slick diss and stuff, and they call it making fun of somebody. But I don't know you like that. I don't know you like that for you to say, yeah, because Mello over there, she did it. It's like, I don't know you to be slick dissing me. I'm gonna give you something to think about. And that's how I roll online. Offline is different. And I just want the children to be safe and well cared for. So I appreciate that video. It reminds me that maybe a lot of people are out of control in their homes around their children, and I hope that's not the case. But anyway, we got Super Mike joining us tonight. I hope I didn't say too much, Super Mike. Did I say something wrong? Let me know.
No. What's up? What's going on, everybody? What's up to the channel and the chat? No, I just came over, good topic. I was just listening to you guys. Yeah, I was just listening to everything. Yeah, different families, you just kind of touch the nerve because different families do have different challenges and different little cycles in their family. And when we get online, we get a chance to see how people, they just kind of, like you said, let it out online a little bit. And I
never judged them for it until I started thinking about the children. I was like, do they talk like that around their children?
Okay, but you know what? Something you said made me think that the children may be reacting the same way you reacted. They was exposed to it in the group, but then when they came to a certain area like junior high and they were being confronted, they took on this persona and became like that. And then when they mature and they get into high school, they kind of let that persona go a little bit, or it became less important, or they let go of the little petty stuff because they got a bigger object in mind.
Oh, child, my husband hates pettiness. I mean, God, yes. So I'm glad it's good. It's good to know that children understand the concept of not being petty. I can appreciate hearing that.
Yeah,
probably some of them.
It just takes them a while.
Yeah, probably some of them, but I know, it depends on the region too. Because I know that nowadays the discipline is probably coming from the peers more than it's coming from their actual homes.
Yeah.
A lot of them, because a lot of long time ago, you used to worry about what your parents was going to say or do to you if you did something wrong or out of place. But now the or the teachers. The teachers, kids ain't scared of the teachers no more. They ain't scared of their parents. They're scared of each other. That's who's disciplining and raising the kids. So maybe in high school, a lot of them just kind of shape up. I don't
The
know.
peer pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
notice. I do notice the one that was raised. Well, she claimed she's raised in it. That's kind of natural for her. She toned down as I correct her. While I know some others, they tone up, like they trying to shock me and stuff like that, or I don't react typically the way they expect to. So when I don't act the way they expect me to, they stop doing because it's pointless because they're not gonna get a rise out of me.
hmm
I'd be like, that language is not necessary. You could say the same thing in another way, and some of them they tone it down, and the rest of them just kind of so they kind of balancing out. You know, sometimes they're trying to reach another level. I'd be like, okay, that's not necessary.
Yeah, because it's more about feelings and tones nowadays. A lot of times the words themselves don't even matter. They just, like you said, it's like a defense mechanism, and different people react differently. Once people are in their feelings, a lot of times, if you not in your feelings, then you could guide and control the situation more than they can, because they just blah blah blah,
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I'm
you could
starting to
choose.
learn the difference. Like when they're excited and they're talking about something, sometimes they'll slip through. Some things will slip through, you know. Or they with a certain peer group. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Trying to impress.
I just don't like it that they get a little too comfortable saying the N word in front of a bunch of white kids and stuff like that. I was like, wait a minute, you're not with your people. You're not, you're not with your family. They understand what you mean when you say that. All these kids here is you get to say the N word and I don't. Or they have no idea what it means. Or they think it's some kind of game. They don't know the history behind it. Or they think they know the history, but it's like it's watered down history. They don't see the seriousness unless somebody's trying to beat them up. Like one kid had to learn, let some friends of his talk him into saying some racial slurs, and the next thing you know, he's getting beat up. He apologized, but I noticed he had to learn the hard way when all the kids that he used to hang out that were black started giving him side eyes and wouldn't have anything to do with him.
Yeah, he didn't know any better. That's terrible.
They know better. They be knowing better. Because the thing is, I found this is the fact is that some of the stuff that, like, for example, if we see a slave movie and a lot of them see that same exact movie, it'll have a different effect on us than it's on them. We're thinking like they're thinking like us, but they're like proud. Some of them, they're like, dang, we did that to them. We was in control like that. Man, I wish I had control like that. It's a different reaction that a lot of times we don't expect.
I think it depends on the household they were raised in, because there are young people that I have come across where they are actually ashamed of their heritage because it's associated with enslaving our people. And so I guess it depends, as you said, on the region. These were diverse communities that I'm referring to. They just they don't really, as they would say it, they were conveying as if they just want peace in the world. That's the way they talk. Like, I just want everybody to be peaceful. And it really bothers them that they have to go around explaining that they're not like that. They're not like that.
Yeah.
But then they will get caught up in being friends with black youth, and depending on how mischievous those little brothers and sisters are, they will try to bait them into saying the N-word, saying, "Oh, it's okay, you can say it, you can say it," and so you know, that's why I said, you know, some of them don't know any better. Some of them don't know that some of these black children are being mischievous by setting them up to get beat up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I've seen that before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean that's one
yeah.
thing. Yep.
I had to pretty much almost beat it out of them. They were passing around the so-called black card. I said that does not exist, and the white kid said, "Yeah, it exists. Here it is." I said, "I don't care what that says, because they brought one online. They brought one of them cards that was online. Was supposed to be the black card." I was like, I said, "You gonna get your behind whipped." I said, "If you bring that thing over here one more time, I'm gonna grab the paddle, the pickleball paddle that's in my car, and come back and swat you behind. And I'm gonna keep swatting because I know I'm gonna go into jail for it, and they're gonna have to get my money's worth of jihad." I did the same thing with the one who brought a whip to school. I don't know what was the teacher thinking. She was thinking for Black History Month. She was showing roots, and this boy, they have a whip in their family like that. The bull whips.
Yeah.
I think they used to compete in the whipping competition. Some kind of bull whip competition out there in Texas or Oklahoma
See,
somewhere.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Exactly what I meant. Like that history. Sometimes when they see some of them, when they see those movies, the effect that we would think, oh, you know what I'm saying, that's going to teach the people, like, you know, this is a horrible time, and like, you know, we never want to have this happen again. But some of them actually be like, dang, we wish we could do that again. So like you said, they'll keep those whips. Yeah, and they be proud of that.
Yeah, there are some evil. Yeah, there's some evil children in this world.
Well,
That,
they like it's not just the
fact
children, but like you
that
said,
slavery
it's like you said, it's just people and families. Yeah, so it's I don't just limit it to just like some of them, just like the children, but I'm just saying like it's just some people in general, maybe some white people or some other people in general. It's just like a lot of
And
times.
it's always best to err on the side of caution. Like never assume that a Caucasian person doesn't mean you harm. So I'm not one of those people like, oh, let's give everybody a chance and hold hands. No, I'm not naive. It's sensible to not give anybody a pass just because you want the world to be peaceful. You have to stick with your own, because that is biologically sane. It's biologically sane to stick with your own people. It has nothing to do with prejudice or anything like that. It's just biologically sane to believe in your own people more so than those who are not your people. It has nothing to do with prejudice. It's just the way it is. So to assume that somebody that's not of your heritage and culture can relate to you is insanely naive. I wouldn't advise that for anybody.
Yeah, we like being friends. A lot of times for friendships, some of us, because like you said, sometimes you growing up in these little areas where there's such a diverse, or maybe like especially as a black person, your peer groups and the friends that you would like to hang around, or maybe your group that allows you to hang around them, and maybe it's mostly white folks around you or some other group. You have a cool relationship with them on so many other levels, and then all of a sudden here's this situation, the N-word or some kind of racial whatever comes into play, and everybody's looking at you like, and you're like, oh yeah, N-word. So you just kind of, just so you can fit in, you kind of go with what they would want you, what you think they would want you to do. You kind of sell out just a little bit, and that way, like you said, that's when people be trying to give other people black cards and dumb stuff like that, just so they can keep that friendship, because they don't want to get ejected from a group. They don't want to be the isolationist person.
That's so.
Oh yeah, and now they're trying to bring up. Okay, if he can call me the word they're actually using, but saltines and Ritz have that in common. And if they can call me that word, why can't I call them the N-word? I was like, okay, so I said, okay, do me a history report on the N word. And I'm and it's still don't, if you still need to ask that question, all right, then I'll answer for you.
Yeah. We tried to our people, we had to have something. We tried to get something to get them, but it's nothing stung like the N-word stung to us because it has history behind it. But we tried
Well,
to come up with stuff
I think that's
for
because
them.
the ER definition
Hmm.
means inferior, whatever it's in front of. So if it's in
Right,
front
right.
of the iron, it's an inferior iron. So if you calling a person the one with the ER, do you saying they're inferior human being? And since they always thought we was 3/5 human or animals or something like that, that is very, very insulting.
But even that, they had to come up with that because like you said, some of them have a little conscience, and some of them was like, dang, how come we treat them like this? And so they had to start saying like, oh, the doctors and the little medical racism was like, oh yeah, they're not really human. So they're like 3/5. They're kind of human, but they really not. And they enjoy pain. Look at them out there singing and stuff. They work all day. They like it. So,
Yeah, that
so
we can handle more pain, we can handle more pressure, and all that
mhm.
other stuff.
And then they had
Nonsense.
doctors saying it and stuff. So that way they was like, okay, well, I guess they like it. So
Oh,
pop.
or after reading medical apartheid, I said, thank goodness I went through all my doctors already. I wouldn't get one near me, because I mean, they were doing surgery without anesthesia on
Oh
our
yeah.
people. Ooh. But
Oh
anyway,
yeah. This
I'm sorry, but we kind of got off topic
off topic.
real
Yeah.
big.
No, I did see the title.
Yeah. All right. Let me get back in the topic. So we're in the aspect of what do men want. This gentleman was saying some of the things that men want, and that that he divided the thing between men and grown men and grown boys, and what they would want in a woman, and that grown men think further down the line is the woman is this the woman I would want to have children with and stuff like that. If I do and she's have these traits, then she's gonna pass them along to the children. Or he went into all kind of stuff. Okay, let's continue on with it. All right, here we go.
In class. So she carries herself in a way that she's not attention seeking. So this woman is not wearing a thong bathing suit at the pool with the little baby, because that would be showing everything, and just remove that one little line, and now every man and woman out there is seeing exactly what the husband sees. That sends a message to your son that he deserves to see the naked body of every woman, which may make him very dominant and controlling, or very mentally perverted. It sends a message to your daughter that she doesn't have private parts, that she only has public parts, and that her entire backside can be shown to any man. So, see, we don't think about it. We think it's innocent. We think, oh, I wear what I want to wear, I do what I want to do. We think it's innocent, but what you have to realize is, how is it being perceived by your children? And then how does it show up in their life? So a grown man is looking for a woman who can be a role model. Just to put it simple, this woman can be a role model to his son and his daughter, their son and their daughter. And that if they emulate their mother, then they will be just fine in the world. They will be just fine. They will be healthy. They will be happy. They will be whole. They won't be seen as immature. They won't be seen as classless. They won't be seen as disrespectful. They won't be seen as ghetto. as ignorant, as all of these labels that people put on us for our behavior, they won't have to deal with that because their mom is a positive and healthy role model. So what I want you to realize, and this gonna bring this all home, is the reason why I say a real man is looking for this type of woman is because that is what a real man is. A real man is a person who is responsible for his life and his actions, what he's putting in his body, how he carries himself, what he's saying. That is what a real man is. And so his woman has to be a reflection of that so that they can be on the same page in raising their children. And even if they don't have children, so that they can still be on the same page in leading a healthy and whole and happy and prosperous lifestyle that is not being controlled by insecurity, making you want to show off and show everything, give your body away, share your body with everybody for the rest of your life. Yes, we've made those mistakes in our past. Not operating under the control of vices, whether that is smoking or drinking or other drugs, being in their right mind, being able to make clear decisions from the right place because their mind is not altered by too many substances, being able to have fun, be social, get out, have a great time. You may have a drink, but you have self-control because you are mature and not immature. And so understand this, ladies, and I just hate to break it to you. The reason why this is so important is because if you don't work on you, and if you don't remove the insecurities and the vices out of your life, you're going to attract a man that is a reflection of you. But what you don't understand about this is that love is a moral action. So for every moral that your man lacks, in every area that he lacks morals and values, he is that much more likely to cheat on you. Because for a man, it may not be the same for a woman, but for a man, the number one thing in life is having sex. For a man, the number one goal from the age that he is aware of this, that becomes his goal, getting that release. And that becomes the easiest thing that he can do. A man cannot drink. A man may not drink, smoke, or curse, but will still be in fornication. So I want you to understand that men will have sex before they will even eat fried chicken, eat pork, drink a soda, because that is what's most natural to that man. So when you take other things that are unnatural, that are unhealthy, and you add those things into a man's life, that is a clear indication to any and every other man that this man is probably most likely sleeping around with multiple women. If this man is putting drugs in his body, if this man is getting drunk, if this man is going to the strip club, if this man is into pornography, I'm willing to bet there's a 99% chance he's sleeping with multiple women, even if he is married, engaged, or with a woman. And so that is why it's so important that if you are a single woman watching this, that you grow to be the absolute best woman you can be, because you will attract the absolutely best man there can be. And now the two of you come together, strengthen one another, and you can build. But if you are immature, if you are irresponsible, if you are still giving into ignorance or vices, it's very ignorant to curse like a sailor, to be dropping all these F-bombs and not using a higher vocabulary to express what's on
Let
your
me say
mind.
something.
That is an ignorant and
Yeah, let me say something on what he said.
Okay.
Can I comment? No, because this is I did come up because of the title too. I wanted
Mm-hmm.
to say something, and I'm glad he said that. But one of the he said like a lot of truth, which is true, but you got to realize a lot of women and men need to understand like everybody's going to be attracted to a good woman, like the character and all that stuff, all the good character and all that stuff. If she looks good, everybody's going to be attracted to her. It don't matter if this a good man or a bad man. Every type of guy is going to be attracted to that woman. And as far as sexually, even the good and the bad dudes or guys that's in the middle who just want to have some fun and have bad intentions for that woman, they're going to still be attracted to that physical form. But it don't matter if she got good character or not. They'll be attracted to her. So the thing that I would say, it depends on the intentions of that dude. So if the guy is like, this guy could have done dirt by women in the past, and now he's on his like good mode, he could, because that happens all the time. This guy probably was a bad guy to like 15 women, and then he like sick of that now, and he's like, nah, I'm trying to find the one. And so now he got good intentions. So he's still looking for that, but he's still going to be attracted to all of it. So it's like, that you got to factor that in, because it's like, just because people are attracted to you, because you're a good person, and you thinking, oh, since I'm a good person, these people who are attracted to you, they must be good. You got to have that screening process. So, that's just one point that I wanted to point out. What he was talking about, we got to understand, like, attraction, and especially sexual attraction, it don't have nothing to do with like morals, like, because he did point that out. Like, it's just kind of I believe that it's just like food or something. Like, your sexual attraction is just a urge of the flesh. And like, if maybe a person has more control over or less control, but it still pulls on them. And they just was like, well, you know what? I'm not trying to get into her problems, because you could tell, if, like you said, if a chick is walking down the street with exposing all herself and she kind of loud, and you like, damn, she fine, but damn, I ain't trying to deal with that. I don't want to have nothing to do with the problems that's associated with her. So, you might pass it up, or you'd be like, well, she ain't nothing anyway, so let me go ahead and try to, talk to her real quick. But once I get what I want, I'm getting away from her. So just wanted to point that out too, because everybody's going to be attracted to you.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's true, because I've seen so-called, bad dudes that are attracted to good women, because she's a good woman. Even if his intentions are not necessarily good, he's still attracted to her.
Right, because people want to do certain
long
stuff.
term, or he's not thinking long term. He just want to sex her up. He's still attracted to her.
And it's not, he might be thinking long term. He likes to say, you got to realize people have different intentions too. So it's like, some people want to mess somebody good up. It's like, oh, you ain't drinking, girl, you just try it. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, I need to get you out of that. It's like, they want to kind of, I guess, take you somewhere where you're not used to. That way they can have maybe a little something over you. Because if they get you out of your element, then you won't be, you're trying, if they could get their hooks in you some kind of way, some kind of sympathy play on you, there's dudes that like that. That way they could show their real intentions, later on, once they kind of got you hooked in. And they can start playing you and stuff. And, then they can really relax, and then they can start cheating on you and stuff like that, because you stable. So you're going to be trying to do the right thing. And so, he could be playing that, and then he could kind of go out and get those, bad chicks who just ain't about nothing. And he can have fun with that too. But then when they trip, then he don't have to, he can feel safe and still come home to this chick, because she's good and all that. So that's how. So you gotta kind of. That's the only thing I was just saying. What's up, BMT? I see BMT in the chat. No, but
BMT.
No, but that's the thing that I was saying. Like, as far as what I think, average, good, decent brother want
Mm-hmm.
is anybody gonna want respect from their women. Like, if a man is like, okay, let's say I'm that dude, I got the good intentions. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to do right. So
Mm-hmm.
this is the man who, in his mind, he like long term. I'm trying to do right. That's who I'm looking for. Somebody I can do right with. So yeah, he gonna be looking for this girl with all this good character according to the best stuff that he knows. But at the same time, let's say he finds somebody with that good character, or maybe she don't have that good character, but he just attracted to her and he think he can, change her or whatever. Maybe he feel like he can just if I'll show her and I'll prove to her how good I am. And so he's doing all the stuff. He's giving her all the money and, not cheating on her and all this kind of stuff. And he want that man, what he expects is like respect. He
Uh-huh.
respects appreciation. That's what a man wants. It's like, okay, I'm working hard. I'm planning for our future. I'm buying a house. I'm buying you stuff. I'm showing you like I'm good. I'm trying to do it right. Right. I'm doing right by you. So what that man wants, what that particular guy wants, he's in the relationship, he's in there. He wants a woman who, let's say, he gives you the money and gives you access to the joint bank account, and then if you go, you spending it willy nilly, like you're disrespecting him. Oh, I'm going out hanging with my girl, with my ex. We just friends. What the fuck? You ain't
Mm-hmm.
tell me. You know what I'm saying? A guy does not want to be disrespected. That's the main thing, I guess, just in
Yeah.
general. Yeah. So that's that.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, man?
So what's up, EMT?
Oh, not too much. Two of my favorite people of YouTube. Don't tell Charlene that because Charlene don't like hearing that. But it's good to hear always a passion and always a pleasure to hear a balanced brother like Mike and also Dame, my girl. Um, but can men stay focused? Yeah, I think a lot of men. It depends on the men that you entertain.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the men that you entertain. That's where the focus is at. Some men are focused on that of the streets. There are some men that are focused on that of just trying to have stability. I guess when the argument comes of that, well, men aren't focused on the home. Well, that's a whole nother ball game because now you're trying to balance out a castle, a relationship. A Men by default are minimalists. We're minimalists. There's no point to me having to go get XYZ of a house and all that extra other stuff for who? Just me. A woman, a woman will probably try to go get a house. She'll probably try to go get a house. But
Mm-hmm.
a man, like if I got an apartment, I got my dog, I go to work, X, Y, and Z. I go out and go hang with Mike and the guys. We go play some pool or some other stuff. I'm good. I'm simple. I don't know many men when I was coming up. Hey guys, let's go looking for candles and some curtains and some shit. I didn't care. That was never going to be a conversation that was ever going to be come up. But it definitely my mind and my focus began to shift when I began to take on that of those certain roles of hey, let's get some candles. Let's get a tablecloth. The little meticulous things that a woman looks at. And I'm like, man, I don't want to look at I ain't want to get all that shit, man. Like that stuff, tablecloth cost $20. Are you crazy? Like, girl, or getting all the stuff. But then when we have company and they will look at the sophistication of, oh, there must be a woman here. Because that's a femininity touch. And I dare anybody to push at me and say, nah, man, like that. No, I'm telling you. When that's the key of when women lay their nest, when they start making their nest, because they're going to start rearranging and start doing their different focus, of certain stuff. Like men start doing acting differently because they want the women and the children to feel comfortable in their environment, so that way they don't have to go out. Hey, like let's go get a Egyptian cotton and shit. Man, there's so much stuff I learned and been put on to because you know my focus started to rearrange and change. It started to different in dealing with that of a woman nature. Like it's some and that's why I always look at it when men say men don't have that by nature, but we can tap into and get attuned to that. That doesn't make us weak. That don't make us weak because I have sometimes hell when I go to Walmart. Damn, like those candles that I do like the smell of candles now, or buying a diffuser. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying? You see those
Right,
kind of
right.
things. I didn't think like that, but now I like certain smells in my house. I like certain types of feel of certain things done. Hey y'all,
So be it.
go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. So BMT, did you submit to a woman?
Well, in a sense, and I don't mind saying that. Well, because as a man, when you take on a household, you're submitting your resources, you're submitting your time, you're submitting your. I don't give a shit what you. I don't. But see, the thing about it is, I take pleasure in like I see. That's the thing about it. The same way as I can act, you as a man, I would ask that woman to submit her mind and her body and put her life on the table to push my seed out, knowing that she could possibly die. Why would it be unfair for me to submit my being to her? You understand me, Mike? Like, why
Right.
does that
You know,
sound
it's
wrong?
on YouTube stand, the YouTubians, they're gonna be talking now. Here it is. BMT says men should submit to women. So submit to women. See.
Well, see, that's but see the thing about it is then they don't understand nothing about being a king. Because
Right.
a king submits his very being to that of the thriving of survivability of his people. You can't be a king if you don't got no people. So you know what I'm saying? Like my child has an issue on the bus. Now I could be like, well, that's your mama job. Or I could also be on, you know what? I'm gonna have to get up early in the morning, go to that bus stop, stand there and show that my child has support of her people, that she was wrong. And I'm gonna talk to that bus driver and I'm gonna have that issue addressed. Now, does that not make more of an impact statement of a king standing by his child and literally, hey, such and such happened. It was brought up to me. Now we're having it addressed. You understand
Smart.
me? So now they cannot they cannot overlook it because me as the parent, I have been brought and involved in it. So now they understand that guess what? This child does not stand alone. She stands behind a culture, a household culture. See, that's the thing why of of women, um, a lot of women do not feel like, hey, what do I owe this man? If you can't stand behind me or your own child, why should I stand behind you? So you ass out on your own. See, I don't have a problem. Like it don't fair me, but at the end of the day, my loyalty and my allegiance is to my people. My people. So so long as my people are moving within my power of my parameter that we build, then shit, you ain't got nothing to worry about, baby. You're not
But
going nowhere.
BMT, so BMT, you telling me that you're more concerned about your family, your children, and their edification in their life as a man of your household, and you're willing to let people on YouTube call you a simp? I mean, how could you?
Because here's the thing about it. Okay, so the thing about it
Doesn't
is,
that
and this
affect
is
you?
no, because see, the thing about it is this, and this is where men fall short from grace. They allow that of the outer voices to define them rather than that of the tangible relationship and building block of that woman and child affect them. That woman and child, that's my legacy. See, I don't mind wearing sweatpants or having the same pants and sneakers and stuff. And I don't care for all that glam and shit. I'm a man. I mean, some guys, they like being that pretty shit. But my glory and my happiness is in seeing my people around me flourish. See, I'm far removed from that shit because at the end of the day, I understand. And people think this is why a lot of men are scared of this type of walk that I am. This is why I understand men like me get killed off first. Because my journey and my job is not to, my journey and my job is to die and become the mortar and the paste towards your foundation. So when I'm gone, you can look back and say, Daddy got this house for us. Daddy put us here. Daddy did this. Daddy showed us that. Daddy one time down to the school and did X, Y, and Z. So when they think about like that, like my kids get scared when I say I got to go on a business trip because they cannot imagine how it would be without Daddy. They don't like that thought. When I say, one day I will perish and go, y'all can go look at it, Dane. Mike will tell you, my daughters don't like to eat. If I say, when I get old, you know what I'm saying, like, hey, like, I'm going to go to an old folks home, my daughters say, hell no. You will be staying with us, BMT.
That's right. Yeah.
My daughters don't
Yeah.
play that game. But see, that to me is legacy. Where your people will tell you, Mike, Daddy, you staying with us. Come on. No, I got it. I can stay. No. Mama gone. Mama is too old to take care of you. We're gonna have to take y'all both in. If they understand that means more than what the hell I give a damn about you nigga tube and this shit about a bunch of men coming together and holding hands and shit. See, no. I don't care for that shit. I don't. Y'all gotta understand just the same way as you have a lot of these women. You have a lot of these women or these men that glorify the man. Listen, let that set in.
That's
Look
deep.
at it.
Now you touched on something though, because see that's deep. Because you know what, like people could like gel with a real family. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, like
Mhm.
your wife, the man, and kids and stuff, or you could like gel with like your same sex friends and kind of get into that. That's kind of like the nature of human beings. Probably like because men we have our echo chamber and these women have their echo chamber.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and so
No, and I
when
hear you.
and what ends up happening is, let's say you have like a little room full of just all women and a bunch of estrogen, or you have like a room full of all men, like a little barbershop or something. Some of us talk crazy because the other person ain't there, and I think that's part of nature. Like you're supposed to have everybody mix up a little bit if you want normalcy, because
Yes.
when we are by ourselves, we start talking crazy as hell.
Right. That's why there has to be a particular balance. There has to be a particular balance. Like men can't exist without women, and women, you damn sure can't exist without man. You can't. It's inhumanly impossible. And so the fact that you see that this is going on, nature always has a way to correct itself. So you can always have it. Let's use this for instance. A young girl will watch her thriving mother who made money, had all kind of assets, resources, X, Y, and Z, right? We've already done seen where young girls have told their mothers, "Mama, you done chased the check, had the bag X, Y, and Z, but you didn't have a man. You didn't have a love. You went to bed. Yeah, you had men bed you, but you didn't have a
See,
man."
and the kids will get mad at the mama later for
Right, and
that.
the kids will resent that, and the kids will resent
Yep.
that,
When
and
they grown,
so
they be like, "You messed up." You know what I'm saying? You
right,
raised this one.
right, and so we could tell that, for instance, by Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill's daughter said that, like, listen, I don't want to be like my mama. My mama didn't have a man. I want a man. I want a relationship. I want to have that type of energy in my life. The hell with this, like, so her mother, her own daughter denounced that. Versus just like a lot of these men that say, hey man, F these hoes, I want X, Y, and Z. But then you start seeing it where some of the brothers are now saying, like, no, like, this ain't working. And then the ones that do go off and do go and build, they get shamed or they don't care. But at the end of the day, they're like, is it worth it? At the end of the day, is this honestly worth it what I'm doing? I like I said, I always tell this to a lot of men, you're red pill now. But I have to ask the question, if you met the right woman, would those talking points still stand? Would you really tell your woman, go shut the hell up? And honestly, these things kind of blow my mind because I always ask the question, like, where's your focus at?
Right.
Why do you? I never understood, why would a man want to subjugate his woman when you had it where other groups or other people wanted to put you under subjugation?
Well, because these dudes, see, that's what I'm saying. Like we talked about that a little earlier. Like it's a lot of people that grow up with different little situations in their families that they seen, and then of course you got little regions and stuff. And so some of these people, they don't think it's manly, I should say. They think they got to compete with their woman, like, oh, she disrespected me, you know what I'm saying? Or they literally think that if the woman tells them, look, honey, you know what I'm saying, XYZ, you ain't bringing the money home, or we got to pay this bill, or this need to be done, or something like that. The guy was like, my word is law, and when I say it's done immediately, and she's supposed to just immediately submit as a willing slave or something like that. And just black women just really never been like that, especially. I don't know no other woman do that either. But
But
even if they did submit to you like right at that moment, the animosity in their heart, they gonna get you back. And why would you
right,
want that? You know what I'm saying?
right, and that's the issue. Like I try to tell, like I have the conversation with the women, just like I have it with the men. Like the women said, we've always been oppressed by black men, and I'm like, well, what power did I have to oppress you? When I ask black women that question, they get quiet. What power did I, as a black man, have to oppress you? Shit. If they weren't stringing my ass up, shooting or killing or doing whatever they did to me, what power did I have to oppress you?
These people who say that, most of the times, if they really look at the history, some of them looking at their own families, and maybe some of them, they have people in their families that maybe the granddaddy or somebody taught the mama, grandmama bad, or maybe there's some abuse happened. But you could go back and just general black history, look and listen to our old music, all that. We don't have all those oppressive type of songs. The women had same kind of music. They didn't sing about that all the time. It wasn't like a general thing where everybody was, the black man was always had his foot on the neck of a black woman. And then, so that's not really in our, at least in our American history. I mean, people would cheat on each other, but you hear that in the music.
Yeah, I mean, you can get that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But as far as it goes for that of the oppression shit, I don't know. You're gonna have a hard time sliding that card.
No.
You know, and see the thing about it is, and I always ask the women that with the direction that y'all are going now, just like the men, what is the end game result that you're gonna have? Because and for these extremes, what are they getting you? Well, because we're seeing what's happening, and we're seeing how it's playing out. And I say right now, the ultimate result is we're seeing how right now they're making up that of the code for what is the family and how the family should operate. A lot of these boys, they're either they're hyper effeminate now, or they get angry. They get angry. A lot of these dudes are angry.
Emotional, real emotional. I mean,
Now
even online, don't we hear that a lot online?
we
I mean,
do.
it's so many dudes. Bro, I have never seen this much, like, just they so emotional. Like, you can't say anything to them that they disagree with. They walk away, they run away like little women. You know, that's what women do. Like, if you can't push a woman too much when you're talking to her, because then she'll just walk away or she'll hang up or run. You know, that's what these guys do. No, no, I ain't. Like, God damn, man, sit there and talk about it. Let's figure this out. And
So
instead, you know,
right. No, you're spot on. That's why I said the focus is gone, because right now you're gonna have a hard time, Mike, because if you tell the men, well, what should we be focused on? The men are gonna be confused. We're gonna be like, I don't know what anymore. I don't know what we should be focused on, because I'm afraid that if I put my effort into this house, shoot, what's gonna happen? If you gotta where some dudes are like, damn, I don't know if I can afford to take care of this woman. A lot of this stuff nowadays, like, listen, gas is goddamn $4. Goddamn food has jumped up. It's okay to
it's
say
$7. It's $7 in California, just so you know.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
keep
goddamn.
going.
So
And it hurts
I
too.
can,
It's not an easy $7. It's a hard $7.
so
Go ahead.
I can only imagine. Just I'm using Dane for instance, telling a man to take on that responsibility of taking on a woman and a child, and he barely got enough to take care of himself. This is where we're at now, where it's like, do you go to the family or do you like,
But
no,
check
I'm
this out,
good.
y'all. But check this out. This is why I never understood about that though, with this money argument. And it kind of ties in with because I did something on this too, because people don't understand. People can be assets, they're service, like, but everybody is taught to be selfish. So it's like let's say I have a woman, you know, even in these other countries like the Ukraine and was it Afghanistan, and you know, even back in slavery times, you know, people flat broke, didn't even have shoes, walking up and down the street with no shoes, going to trying to get little jobs and stuff. You got day laborers sitting at Home Depot trying to give give money, you know, figure out how to get 75 cents for that day, $75 for that day for all 12, 13 hours of work. And they still married. So, and then they got you know, Maria sitting up there in the spot, you know, drywalling and helping them on the job. So it's like,
Right.
you know, it's like it people don't just break up or not get with each other or leave each other just because, oh, you ain't got no money, so you're worthless to me now. You're worthless to me. Or I don't have no money, so I need to kill my children or something. That people figure out how to get money. That's what you do, and everybody survives. I mean, I've seen it happen thousands of times. It's like money. You might be broke now, and then you figure something out, and in 1 year you balling, you good. So that's I don't know about just not the money, like because people leaving each other just because there's temporarily a situation with no money.
Well, see,
I,
see the thing about it is, if you are never taught to fight, Mike, how would
mhm,
you know what to fight for?
right.
You understand me? Like, if you were never taught that, hey, like the long term. This is why whenever you hear people talk about black ownership of business, I always look at them. You know I do, and I say, well, did they understand the 7 years that you have to put in? Or when they talk about a relationship, but they could only last 1 or 2 years. See, I told you relationships don't work, but I'm like, what were their focuses? What were their goals? This is why you would go before a counselor, a minister, or
And
somebody who
people give up too much, man. Dude, this is one thing I've seen many people in my family and friends. You'd be like, what happened? What's the problem? Because they, let's say they get with somebody that they were, you look like they had a pretty good chance. And a lot of times these people break up. They didn't cheat on each other. They didn't beat each other. They just got mad over something, or he disrespected me, or she just, I'm like, man, y'all just give up that easy. Y'all just, the first little thing, it's just like they stop communicating. Once they stop talking to each other, they don't want to say sorry to each other. How can you do anything if you too embarrassed? You got so much of a pride that you have to dominate somebody. You can't say sorry, or you can't understand them, and maybe they have a little mistake or something like that. You can't be understanding. Period. Ever.
well,
Like,
see, it's this fallacy of this is why I worry about social media, because you got all these people, ladies. Let me tell you about fellas. Let me tell you about ladies and how selfish they are. And I'm like, hold up, like, why don't y'all show us y'all goddamn relationship since y'all gonna tell us? And then majority of the time, these motherfuckers don't even like. You ever notice how much social media nowadays pumps relationship advice and shit? Like they're telling you. And it's like no different than CPS trying to tell parents how to parent. You got people trying to tell you how to relationship.
with
And
nobody. Yep, they ain't got nobody. Ain't
they ain't
never
got
had
nobody.
nobody. That's like this is what I don't understand. Like you got men right now. I mean, and I noticed we've seen too much of these people's relationship because they famous, but they're telling, oh, Will Smith need to divorce Jada. Will Smith need to divorce Jada. I'm like, okay, like, and you, what's that gonna do? I mean, you would have been left her. Everybody saying he should have been left her. That would help him or something. I'm like, y'all can't make that kind of decision. It depends on what those folks are willing to put up with. But
Right.
it's like people give up too much, and then they look at people who know how to stick certain things through. They're like, oh, you're stupid. I would have been gone. As if that's winning. You ain't doing nothing special because you're gonna break up with somebody. What you gonna do? Now you got to get with someone else, who could do the same thing to you or
And
worse.
see, here's the thing about it. And this is something that I think a lot of people don't think about. Why granddaddy never divorced mama? He may have moved out, he may have started another life, but he never divorced his mom. Never divorced your mama. And the thing about that was that he understood that shit. She already knows me. I'm already familiar with her. Kurt, Mike, come on by the house. I'll fix you a plate of food. You can come check on the kids. And I need you to, what I'm saying, fix the lawnmower so the boy can cut the grass. You know what I'm saying? But, I'll make sure you're good.
Right.
Now, Mike don't live in that house no more. But Mike is still connected to that woman and those children.
Oh man, you still hanging around them kids and that woman, man, you crazy, you stupid. Like people
But
telling you stupid. They single as hell, living in their car. Their house stank. It's dirty as fuck. You know what I'm saying? The same
right.
stain that been there last year is still in that same spot. Damn, man, this how you live. Well, man, fuck, I don't care. You know how men is. We don't give a damn. We'll sleep in our car. We'll-
I listen. Listen, y'all. I done been through my battles. I done had I'm not perfect. Mike has gone through his scar. I gone through mine. And that's the thing about it. I'm sure Dame, she's gone through hers. There's no such thing as a perfect relationship. There is no such thing. We get older, we evolve, we learn each other. And that's just how things are. And when you tell that to people, they find it hard to believe because they're like, no, this person's supposed to know me off the rip. Like I was trying to help men understand about love, and they were like, well, if I pay the bills, she should already know that's me showing love. I'm like, then just go get a slave. Go get a slave. It don't work like that, brothers. Like you can say, I know men that have money on money on money, but don't know how to connect to their women and their children. And then they wonder, like, damn, what the hell? Y'all don't want to do nothing with dad? Why? We just a check to you. You know what I'm saying? Versus some people, there's a lot of nuances. And I say that, but I've been there. I say that, but I know what it's like where, I need to change my focus. I was always raised, respectfully by my father and mother to work. So I know what it's like. I think I bought and acquired 2 homes. I never stepped foot in those homes. Because all I did was work and travel. I give more time to my career than actually being with my own children. Could I have gotten mad that I saw them going out doing trips, my kid walking and doing things with other people, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, hey, that's supposed to be me. What the fuck is going on there? Well, BMT, you're not there. Your focus is elsewhere.
Hey, that's supposed to be me.
Yeah,
Hey,
and it
hey, let me
hurts.
tell you something. Let me tell you something. Remember that song when Notorious Big was like, "Where you at? Flipping jobs, paying car notes while I'm swimming in your women like the breaststroke. Let's stroke, let's stroke." I'm
I mean,
like,
shit.
oh shit, that was me. He hit me with that one because I was like, what the fuck? Because I had like 3 jobs at the same time. So I was like, what the? He's like,
And
where
it, and
you at?
it,
Flipping jobs,
and
paying
it
car
happened.
notes.
And it happened. And it happened, brothers. This is why I say you have to learn how to switch up your focus. That's why I spoke on earlier on YouTube. I said, ladies, y'all might want to switch up y'all focus from this social media shit and tend to y'all man.
Right.
This social media stuff, this is just a temporary thing. But your man in that bedroom or coming and sitting in that living room, that's permanent. What you do
Yeah.
of that hour, you ain't got no time to be worrying about no women or the latest bumps, trends or sins or what Kevin Samuel said 2 years ago. No, you need to focus on your children and that man.
Right.
But the same thing for the men. My daddy,
That's
my mom told, huh?
Yep, that happened. That happened, I think, in a lot of families because now that I'm thinking about it and listening to different people, what happens is this: the man sits up here, he's thinking in his mind. This man is
Mm,
thinking, I'm working all day. I'm making sure that they have clothes. I'm making sure that they have car, the car, yada yada. I'm saying I'm doing my duty as a man. They appreciate me, they love me. As soon as he gets home, he's sleepy. He's sleep. The whole entire day has went past. He left early in the morning at 5. They didn't see him. He come home and all he do is, damn, this damn house is messed up. Clean this shit up. God, what I'm saying? So every time he come home, it's some shouting negativity, and then he go to sleep and leave the next morning. The same thing.
right,
And so for years they never built a connection with this man.
right,
And then that's their daddy though. And then let's say every now and then they hear him and the mama argue or something. And then once he get old and he ain't working no more, Now y'all they done created all this distance between them spiritually and stuff. And so,
No, no.
like you said, like
Mm-hmm.
you gotta take that time. Like, you know what? I gotta make sure that these people actually know me. They understand. Like, this is me. You know, this is what's up. You got to do that.
And that's happened. Like brothers, this is why I hear a lot of men get on panels and they said, I did X, Y, and Z for my woman, and she still left me. But you forget women are emotional creatures. Let me know if I'm wrong about that, Dane. Women are emotional creatures.
Yeah,
You gotta
Dane
go.
quiet.
I
Sorry,
ain't know
we
she
took
fell
over.
asleep like she is. She be
We took
falling
over
asleep.
the. Oh,
Whatever.
she
She'll be
sleep.
okay. That's
Okay,
her.
go
That's
ahead.
her ass. But you gotta go over there and talk to them. You gotta go over there and do things. You know, you have these things that do happen. Whereas to sometimes people don't have conversations with their woman. Hey, what's going on, baby? You know what I'm saying? Go in there and grab her behind, rub her feet. Say some nice things. Give her some money. Let her know that she's still sexy. I ain't do all that shit. Why she need to go get her hair done? Shit costs money. Give her some money to go do that. Baby, go do that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make some goddamn food tonight, or we gonna probably go out. Put on some sandals. We're gonna pay for the kids to go off. The older kids can watch them, and we go off and do something nice. You see, you got to reshift your focus, and I had to.
Exactly.
You had to learn that lesson, Mike.
Hmm.
But if you don't do that, promise you,
And
somebody.
it's a constant thing though. It's like you can't when you feel that distance getting between them. It's like you can't let that too much space go. It's like you know, y'all together and everything, but then, different agendas start happening. You probably focused on something real quick for a long time, and you know what I'm saying, and you feel that distance, and hey, honey, what's up? And it's just like one word, there's no conversation. So that needs to, that's when that's your first, like when your car started to get messed up, you start hearing little signs, little sounds in the car. It's like you got a chance to fix it. That's your warning right there. You better get on. You better work on that before it gets to because when that emotional little space increases too much, it might be too hard to fix it.
And that's something. And that's something that a lot of um people they don't really catch. They don't really get on. They wait till it gets too bad and say, "Well, what happened? How did we end up in family court? Why don't my kids get that? Why I don't get? I do X, Y, and Z. How the hell did I end up on the manosphere?" And when
Right.
you hear this shit from these men and women, you got to start asking the question: Well, how did they get there? Like, did you see the signs? And if you saw the signs, what did you do? Because, like I said, I got years under my belt. So when I hear certain things, when I see certain things, like when I see a woman that can sit online for umpteen hours, I'm like, your man that one time looked at you and say, "Woman, do you not see me here? Did you wash the kids? Did you do anything other than entertain them people?" Same thing for
Some
a man.
people are retired though, brother.
Well, if you're retired, okay. So if you're retired and you're not
Yeah,
in that
and the
battle,
children are. You're
if you're
right.
not
The
in,
children are
okay. So
gone.
if you're not in that battle, then that's you not in that battle. If you're not
Oh,
in there, if you're not in there, then then okay, then you're fine. You can sit there and say, hey, I'm retired, my children are grown, X, Y, Z. I'm not holding nothing at you because you already done did your fight. You already done did your fight. But if you are somebody, if you are a woman Just like on the same thing for as a man. Like as a man, I don't sit on panels no more with y'all Negroes. What the fuck? I got a whole family. So when I hear certain conversations, the hell I look like sitting on here with y'all, and I got a whole family I need to tend to. All right, cool. It's cool hanging with y'all. Dad, let's. The minute my kids say, "Dad, let's go," I turn that shit off. The minute I feel like I'm going to do something else with my family, I get off. Because understand it, YouTube is a temporary thing. I have no influence over y'all. But what I do have influence on is those people that sit at my table. I influence that world. I don't influence y'all world. I don't feed y'all. I don't cook for y'all. Y'all don't pay my bills. We don't do jack shit but just talk. So at the end of the day, what y'all do when people tell me, how are you going to protect this and that? I'm like, hold up, bro. Girl, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, a woman will stop her man from defending or protecting another woman. You know why? Because she said,
Yep.
that's my man. Hold on, that's my man. I only got one to protect. That ain't your protector. You need to go find your protector. Find your tigers. This is mine. Same thing as a man, he will question his woman if she fixes another man a plate before him. Hold up. What's going on here? What's really good?
The double clap. You messed up. Clap.
Hold the clap. Hey,
What the
hello.
hell?
What the hell's going on? Come here. What's going on here? That is something happening that I'm not understanding. Why is he getting a plate before me?
Yeah, because that's gonna be an issue. Whoa.
We need to go have a conversation.
Unless that's your daddy, your son, the son, that's pretty much it there. I think that's it. That's the only ones that could do that.
Yeah, that's always been interesting. My in-laws, not in-laws, but in-laws, when they would throw a soiree, because of the nature of their business, both of them were in cahoots about the guests are to be served first, right? And so they wouldn't touch anything. They wouldn't touch a morsel of food until all of the guests, we're happy and served and satisfied. So I think that's a different scenario than somebody just visiting you that just happens to be around dinner time, and then your wife serves him a plate before her husband. Yeah, that can be troublesome. I wouldn't do it.
Well, a visitor. Okay. I mean, like if let's say
Yeah.
your family is over and it's just like a special event or something like that, and yeah, I guess that's
I
cool.
wouldn't
Like,
even serve my father-in-law before I served my husband. Like I just wouldn't do it. Like now, fortunately, BMT brought up a good point. Like women should take stuff like that like that inconsiderate. Like you have to be considerate of a man's nature if you're going to be a wife. Like you just can't think that he's always going to be understanding, and vice versa. You can't always assume that that they'll be understanding on the other end as well. Those are good points to bring up. How do they stay focused though? Like, because you mentioned how some people are just unforgiving, as if they just wasted their time getting married in the first place. How do they stay focused past the bad times and misunderstandings?
somebody has to stay focused. It's like depends on the situation because during this period, this particular challenge, this person may be more focused and have the best vision through it. And then at another time, this other guy, the other side might be more triggered. So it's like whoever understands, it's like you have to understand a issue before you can have patience with it. A lot of times when you see people who don't have patience is because they don't understand it. They're triggered. They don't even want to understand it. They just want it to be done. That type of person is not in control. And
Absolutely.
the person who's in control though, like, no, this is how we get through this. I see how we gonna fix this. Chill out. The one who understands it, they're gonna have to have the patience with, and get through because they're gonna get a little bit of abuse verbally or something like that. I ain't talking about no physical abuse. I'm talking about, maybe they might not be treated correctly for a period of time because with whatever challenge is going on. But
See,
then,
I don't endorse people putting up with mistreatment though.
well,
Like,
I mean, that's what we was touching on a little bit earlier, because you're going to be mistreated because nobody's perfect at some point. Now, what I'm talking about, you have to pick your poison, because there is going to be some level at some period of time, especially if you're talking about a multiple decades relationship. This person might not be on their point. Now, I definitely would never even ever, like I said, physical straight out the door. No, that ain't happening. Uh,
no, we're
and
not talking about anybody getting hit. We're talking about,
yeah,
just
but
taking
yeah,
each
somebody
other
might.
for granted.
Somebody might talk to you wrong. You got to be able to,
Right.
at some point, have some kind of understanding once that situation, especially if they decide to address the situation. And you know what I'm saying, you got to have some kind of understanding, because people can't just be breaking up valuable relationships over some stuff that could be fixed.
It's think about how you were adequately saying it, Mike. Because listen, this is what I'm noticing. A lot of people don't have patience and temperance. They're not tempered steel. So how some people say, well, you don't have to take that, sis. You don't have to deal with that, bro. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Let's say I get some money. I get my check. Well, we got certain bills we got to get paid. Hold up, bro. Like, wait. I just got my check. I get that. Nah, motherfucker. Like, what about your money? Babe, I just started my job. I got this and that going on. See, I'm upset. I got to pay money already out. My check is diminishing. You're gonna hear goofy people. They don't want to talk of reality. I talk from experience. You can't deny my experience versus these doctrines and these books and all this bullshit. I am good times and bad times reincarnated, and so yes, that woman, she understands. Yeah, BMT's gonna be mad because guess what? Kid's sick. Got to pay the kid. Got to pay the pediatrician. You got to pay. We got to get new tires put on. We got to pay these bills. God damn, the light bill went up. It's $120. Yeah, babe, come on now. Yeah, we got heat. The electric went up, but it's wintertime. So that woman, she's going to take that sting of that wrath of that man. The same way as guess what? Certain things that woman that man got to tolerate in dealing with that family. Y'all need this. Y'all need that. I got to go get shoes. I got to go get a bra. X, Y, and Z and shit. The man gonna have to tolerate that stuff too. So somebody has to keep a focus. Ooh, baby, can we go on a family trip? Nah, babe, no. We gotta get these bills paid down. One person's keeping the focus versus the need versus the wants. Versus sometimes you might want to go do something. Guess what? No, baby. No. Tommy needs braces. He needs glasses. Are you serious? Come on now. He needs it. So those glasses, they're gonna cost $350. So you might as well go ahead and put in some overtime. He's focused. He has to get on program. Yeah, he may drag his feet, but so long as you have to put trust in each other. Sometimes the man may have to lead the focus. Sometimes the woman would have to lead. These things happen when you talk about building a family. This is why a lot of people don't last. They talk that good shit, but they don't last because because then when these things happen, they're like, nah, B, like I'm better off by myself. That I can only tolerate myself. You don't like being told or being pulled aside and say, hey, we can't, we gotta maneuver like this. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the things that irritate me about some people. like especially good people. You know, to me, a lot of times good people will end up with bad people or I wouldn't say bad people, but they would end up with people emotionally that's underdeveloped from themselves because that person who's emotionally underdeveloped, they present it right away. They're like, I'm a thug, or I'm a thought, right off the bat. So it's seen everything. But a lot of times they can get with them and they expect certain stuff, so they roll through more punches with that person. And of course, the person is so dysfunctional, it never really works right. But let's say they get a good person or a person who's developed a little bit better, and they may get with somebody on their near their level,
Mm-hmm.
and so they expecting perfection because you know what I'm saying, the imperfection is not presented right away. The person is presenting themselves normal, and it's like, wow, it's a normal person, and they are normal. But then you stay with anybody for any length of time, come on, you're gonna see the problem, and then a problem gonna show itself, and now you just throw everything away. I mean, like, to me, my thing is like, okay, it's like I need to see the problems, and it's like, okay, is this issue that you have something that I can work through? This is where I draw my line. So you should know where you draw your line, early. But it's like you can't, that's the problem, especially in the Black community. That's the reason why we're so broke too. We throw all our wealth away. The kids are going crazy because now they mad at you because, dang, you threw the family away because somebody, I mean, I don't know, somebody had a gambling issue for a minute, or somebody drunk some liquor, and I don't know. Sometimes we be breaking up with some stupid stuff, or somebody disrespected you or whatever. And then even if they apologize, now it's over. Nope, nope. I don't eat throw up, or I don't go back. I don't go backwards, only forwards. So the person can't even apologize now and correct their behavior because you done cut them off, or somebody done cut them off. That kind of stuff I think that's very ignorant. And that's something that I see a lot of people doing, and they're cutting off good people as if that person, they were good until you found out this one thing, and now they're the scum of the earth. And that's what I don't like about some people, because that's the same person that you got with. They are good, but now you just found this one little thing out, and now this same person is somehow the scum of the earth. And
But
they're a
can we
narcissist or all this other stuff.
can we talk about what these one little things
I'll
are
give you an
that
example.
yeah, at least 3 examples of these little
I'm
things
gonna
that people break up over.
Let me say something like this. Okay, so I'll say it like this. I know somebody who, all right, so they got with this guy, and both of them had a family previously, but so she got with this dude. He was a good guy. He was a working man. They were laughing a good 2 years, and then she got sick, and I think they got broke or something like that, and so they had to. It was like the man didn't visit her enough, because when he had to work in another state, because basically he had, I guess, a crime, and in California you can't leave the state unless you get permission from the sheriff, all this silly stuff. And so he was battling that. So she had to go to, I guess, for her treatment. She was in a state like Georgia. He was in California, and I guess he had opportunities to visit her, and I guess he didn't. And so I guess once she got mad at that and said, "Well, I guess he don't care about me," or something to that effect, then that was it. The person thought like, "Oh, this person doesn't care about me in my time of need. I feel slighted," and and then once he start getting his stuff together, and he is making money now and starting to try to rekindle the relationship and everything. I mean, these people got actually married, and you know now this man can't do nothing. He can't. It's the same man. He never cheated on you, never hit you, but they were,
She doesn't.
they had a
She
they
doesn't want him back.
nope, nope. She won't talk to him. She won't even talk to. I mean, I'm like, is this it? I'm trying to act. I'm trying to. I was literally trying to. I'm trying to listen for anything worse. I'm just like, is this it? Just because you felt slighted and because you felt abandoned in that period, so this person can't make up for it? Nothing. It's like, and then it's another situation
All right.
where these two people were married for 7 years. And like I said, I know these people very closely. These are my family members, so I know the details, but I ain't going into all of it. But the point is, these people are married for 7 years. And I mean, perfectly good people, both people working, and two kids, and I no physical abuse. Now, one's from Africa, and I think there was a cultural later on. It might have been an issue with the culture, but I don't think it could have been because they were married for 7 years. But anyway, they want to just drift apart. They that's what they say. Basically, we drifted apart. What does that mean? You see what I'm saying? There's nothing happening wrong. That's because of people allow themselves to create this emotional distance from each other because over a long period of time, maybe this person didn't support this agenda from you. Maybe this person, you didn't feel supported on this. You didn't feel supported on that. And instead of addressing each one of those situations as they occur, you let them build up. And now you're so angry at this person because you detect in your mind this sort of pattern, and you feel like it's never gonna change. So I'm done. And you sit up here and get divorced, and now you renting. You had you own a home, you had businesses, you have children, and now because you're angry, you're renting now. So now your money is going into somebody else's rent. It's just like y'all just messed up all your retirement. To me, it's like, and then the kids is confused because they don't understand what happened because both parents are good people. They just don't understand, and it's really stupid to me. It's immature. It's not rational, and that's the kind of stuff that happens in the Black community with good people who don't want to have patience and actually try to work out problems and don't let these things build up so that they develop this hatred for each other.
Well, there's an example that I know of, a relative as well. Like, he married her when she had a daughter as a teenager. And they since had 3 children, so they have 4 together. And for whatever reason, it was never really on the table whether or not he would legally adopt her. That wasn't the issue, right?
Okay.
It was the whole thing that eventually came up about her needing braces, because when she was a teenage mother, she didn't really know much, so she would give the baby, I think she told me, apple juice to put the baby to sleep. So needless to say, the child's teeth eventually were, all types of ways. And so as this marriage went on, the issue of braces came up, right? And so he was saying that he was going to put her on his insurance. And then the father protested, like, no, I'm going to take care of the insurance. But the problem is the father was never able to really get a job that included, that type of health plan. So they're waiting on
Insurance.
him. Right, the dental insurance, basically. So they're waiting on him to get his act together. Meanwhile, the child is growing up, and her teeth really, I mean, other than her teeth, other than her grill, she's like a model in a face. She's absolutely like jaw-dropping gorgeous. And so time goes on, she becomes an adult, and she wants to pursue a professional endeavor. And at this point, she's begging everybody to help her get some money together so she can get braces, so she can, be presentable when she's, applying herself to whatever job she's looking for. And so everybody all of a sudden, is shy about it, right? And so, as it turns out, a distant relative was like, I can't believe you all didn't get this together after all these years. So she gave the child the money. The girl got the braces, and she's a state trooper to this day. She's a state trooper. As a matter of fact, I think she's up for promotion. And I'm not going to say anything bad about the family. What I'm saying is there are certain things that mother had to go through to compromise with her husband at the expense of a daughter that wasn't between them two. But here it is, the son that they have together, he got braces, like in like pre-high school age, like all of a sudden everybody on her husband's side of the family, somehow braces was able to be provided for him, but not for her. And so that did rub my friend the wrong way. And she left him over that. She left him over that. She spent some time away because she didn't appreciate how her daughter, which they claimed to embrace her as their own, was, wasn't, treated the same. So anyway, as time went on, eventually they got back together, but they were bickering to the point where he filed for divorce and she said, cool. And they lived together. And eventually he was like, I didn't mean it. I just didn't like that we weren't getting along. So now they live together, but they're not married. You know what I'm saying? So people do break up over things that could be resolved with better communication. I think. And I'm not living their life. I'm just thinking, when I heard the scenario, I'm thinking all that had to be expressed was how important it is that each child is considered equally loved. And the fact
Right.
that, and then that's what broke the wife's heart. It was like, okay, you making it seem like, my child outside of us is equally loved with our other children. But in fact, that's not the case. And that, to me, she perceived that as betrayal. And that's why I think she left him. And eventually, when he begged her to come back and they were just bickering and couldn't get along, he filed for divorce. She didn't protest it. But as time went on, because of the children, and I think it was the children. Even they live together now.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. This is the kind of stuff.
But they got divorced.
Right. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is people's lives and stuff, and people got to go through the stuff. And my thing is like this. To me, I heard one thing that helped me before I even got married is commitment. And it sounded weird when I first heard it, but I understand it 100%. It's like commitment is actually more important than love. And a lot of people don't disagree with that, but you can sit up here and disagree with that all you want to. But when you understand, especially as somebody that you first start building your family with, you talking about all the stuff that's at stake when you talking about breaking up, especially a marriage with young children and stuff like that involved. Like, even though, let's say that she was mad about the braces, but there's other tangibles that happen, probably good for the girl, that just go without saying. You know what I'm saying? Like the food, the household, the
Oh
stableness,
yeah, I mean,
other
she was
stuff. Right, right.
raised in a good Christian home. It's just
See what I'm
that
saying?
it made it
A lot of
evident eventually that she was considered a stepchild, and that's what
right.
my like what I'm saying about her is that like the eldest daughter was not treated fairly compared to their son. Like their son, why is it that the son get the braces, but she didn't? You know why?
Well,
And that was really, like for him to allow his family to look out for their son, but not to look out for what he would embrace as his daughter. It just rubbed her the wrong way. It's that whole like stepchild thing. It was crazy.
so one of the things was okay, and I listened to it. The biological father interceded into the relationship,
No, he
and
he was a bum. He couldn't do nothing for that
it,
child.
it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to perceive that man as, he put in his 2 cents, and they said, "Okay, I'm giving him that benefit of the doubt, and let him try." And so, when you open that door, you can't have hot or cold. This is the problem. You can't have multiple different access focal points, and then say, "Well, you're the man of the house," but then you got another man doing X, Y, and Z. If he say he gonna do that, well, guess what? Whether it's pass or fail, guess what? You open that door to that. But what I won't do, I can promise you what I'm gonna do for my child. I'm gonna still feed that child. I'm gonna still do X, Y, and Z for that child. But if that man say he gonna do that, now either A, you gonna put that man on something, or B, guess what? You better go pick up the pace for that. I'm gonna still
That's a
love
good
that
point.
child.
That's a good point.
So you can't. I don't play them games. You don't play them games with people. Well, you can't cook. You can't cook collard greens. Well, I'll go. Then somebody else said that they'll do it, and then, well, they didn't do it. Then I look over. Well, Mela, why didn't you make the collard greens? Hold up. That broad opened up her damn mouth. Why are you coming to me? Same way. So that's what I said. So if that was the case, then the woman should have said, "You know what? No, our household we'll just take care of it. Either you want to step in or not. You don't get to say I have different streams of men to pull from. No, 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 Negro. You only got one stream. You only get one stream. Focus on that one man. And if that's the case, you know what, Bobby? If you can't do it, then guess what? Don't do it at all. Don't do it at all. I'll figure it out. I'll just have to go talk to my man about it. And I'll tell him, hey, we waste your time. And sorry, you're gonna have to take the humble road and take the back seat. Don't be bothering us about, well, I can do this, I can do that. You don't get no input with the child. I hate that. Why should a man on the outside have input on a household if another man is in that position of authority? A lot of people ain't gonna like hearing that, but guess what? It is what it is. If that
Yeah,
stepfather is doing,
I see your point. I really do.
so that destroys the focus of the family. When you have one man, he is putting forth the effort, feeding, clothing, teaching, and raising and rearing, and also playing as a role model and disciplinarian. Then another man says, well, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. Hold up. Let me check and clarify it with my husband. Because now you're talking about entering another man's talking point and energy into another man's space. Hold on, we got somebody feedback.
Okay,
Hold on.
it's either me or oh, it's me. Okay, hold on. Let me mute up.
So now you have it where you have another man is entering another man's space, and that is highly, highly disrespectful. So now that man's focus is like, wait a second. If you have another man putting his input on how I should be maneuvering as a man, we have a problem of communication. There's a failure. So I can understand why they broke apart, because she's like, you're treating my child like a stepchild. No, 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 no. You gave that man permission to do it. If you wanted to use your child as a proxy sacrifice for that man to play hero, well, by all means, go ahead. I didn't beat the child. I didn't hurt the child. But if you want to do that, then hey, by all means, what that child gets is what that child gets. And some women do not like to hear that. They don't, but it is what it is. You should have told him, no, we already have a man in our life. We're good. You know what? If you want to give me some money towards the insurance, we'll put it in the bank. You know what I'm saying? But
You see,
you don't need your damn man. Go ahead.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, men want respect. A man that's doing everything he can for
Agreed.
family.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of times maybe women don't understand. It's
Right.
like that's valuable. That's more valuable than gold, jewels, and diamonds, especially to the man that's trying to do the right thing. Because it's like, okay, I respect you, honey. Okay. So the thing is, like, even when I was advising my sister and her, marriage and to her husband, which was a good guy. But the way I would do it is like I'm talking to him. I would talk to him. Like, this is how I would play this, or this is how I would play this, that kind of thing. Because see, I want, even like if I'm counseling you, I don't want to separate y'all. I want to teach them how to take their problems and solve them amongst each other. I don't want them to be dependent on me. Oh, every time they have an argument, hey, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. Like, listen, no, okay, yeah, okay. Maybe you be a little bit too prideful, this and this and that. But at the same time, people have to understand how to bring their concerns, their problems, their issues within themselves. And like, the woman's problem have to be important to that man, and the man problem have to be important to that woman. And like, sometimes stuff don't get worked out like right away, immediately, because people have their internal issues. But if they're trying to work it out, people got to be a little bit patient with each other. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I would say.
All right. We have Leonard Ray. Hey, Leonard.
Hey,
Hi.
Dame's ass just getting up.
Okay. All right. Let me give y'all a heads up. I'm gonna wrap it up in about 15 minutes. I can't stay up much longer than that.
Yeah.
Mhm. So, Leonard, you wanted to say something on the topic?
well, I really had a question, and
Go
just
ahead.
a question with the. Now, you're the person that is the doggone owner operator of this stream, right?
No.
Okay, I was just checking because someone else said they were the owner and operator, but every time I see somebody on here, it's you. I was like, well, the way they were so rude acting, it would be pointless for me to even participate in the stream if they are the actual person. So who's the actual person that is the owner, operator, runner of the stream?
Okay, that is the Black Knight.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that. That's all I wanted to know, to be sure. So not to be disrespectful to anybody, but you all keep doing what you're doing. I hope your channel grows exponentially. But I cannot participate in a YouTube channel whereas I've been verbally disrespected.
Okay.
All right, love. Y'all have a good time.
You too.
All right.
Okay.
All right, good night.
But you see, just like, all right, y'all. But yeah, just something like that. Like, just that was a good example of what I was talking about. Like, I mean, he put it right on Front Street. So that's no disrespect. That's good because that person has their line. They will not allow it to be crossed, and so they're not going to let it go on any further, which is fair. But I think that a lot of us, we have to, especially when we're trying to solve problems, we have to understand that it's not going to go linear and straight and forward. Like a person, you're going to have some hard conversations, and some of those conversations could get disrespectful. But if you understand what the end goal is, then you'll have patience with that process. And that's what I think that a lot of times we're missing in some of this stuff. We don't understand what the end goal is. We don't look at the bigger picture. And so we look at some temporary disrespect or some patience when somebody's working through their emotional issues or whatever. And we can't tolerate it.
Okay.
So that's it for me.
Yeah. But sometimes we, as you said, not aware of the some channels because in this case, the Black Knight felt disrespected because he got into an issue with not only another panelist but a female panelist, and it turned into a big argument, and he crossed the line, and he wasn't accepting a boundary that she set up. It felt like he was trying to push her into doing something she didn't want to do. So Leonard may have felt that he was just stating his opinion and stuff like that, but he wasn't accepting or hearing that there's a boundary she wasn't going across, and didn't let the issue die. So
Yep. Boundaries are important. Yep.
Yeah.
You gotta have those
Yeah.
lines.
So it could be because he wasn't certain. He didn't know who the owner operator was. Well, yeah. In this case, where he got it, he felt he that 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 he was being disrespected, but the owner was trying to defend his rules and the boundaries that was being crossed. And when they couldn't resolve it, the owner was ready for him to go. He sensed it and left on his own. And the owner said, "Okay, it's good that he left because I was ready to kick him out."
I
But
think
like I said, sometimes either in the intense feelings that comes up when there's a difference of opinions and stuff like that, a boundary get crossed. And
well
since
that
this channel is
would that like
supposed to be, a safe space for Black women, and Max is a defender of Black women, whether you felt it was whether you felt it was her fault or not, this space is, unless she's extreme, and as far as I could see, she was not extreme, is going to defend Black women. It's going to take her side. She has to be really extreme for it to go in the opposite direction. And since that was not the case, and he was pushing the issue and was not understanding, let it go.
Yeah, Max will dispense equal justice. He won't tolerate a woman that's getting out of pocket, but so far. And it's definitely where he defends Black women. That's the protocol. If you're looking to disrespect Black women, this is not the channel for you. He's not going to tolerate that. That's not that. Yeah, he's not going to tolerate that at all, even if she's wrong. However, it depends on how wrong she is, because he won't tolerate nonsense, but so far either. So, you know, he dispenses equal justice as far as I can tell.
Yeah. Just wanted to make that clear that, you know, Max is jumping on. It's not just for any old reason. You know. Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody else know him as the Black Knight or the Ebony Star Network. Yeah. And even though it's Max channel and it seems more that you see more of us ladies on here, that's because, hey, he created the show for the ladies. Yes, he has his shows like the Gent Culture and Maximum Overdrive. I mean, oh shoots, I'm sorry. Gangster Talk. I forgot. We kind of retired Maximum Overdrive. His channel was to make a safe space for women to relax, be themselves, a salubrious environment, creating a salubrious environment.
Yes.
Mhm. So, yeah, and if you cross those lines, the only way you can come back is if the ladies says, okay, not just me and the other co-hosts. I mean, ladies across the chat. If and then some of us have a little bit more weight, but basically, it's the ladies across the chat. You know, if they saying, "Oh, I can't take this anymore. I can't stand it. He got to go," he's gonna be gone. He's gonna be hidden from the channel. Now, sometimes you'll see where, okay, it's one lady, and if she don't come that often, and he ain't really going overboard with that insult, or he didn't cross the cutoff line where no matter what you do, he ain't coming back. He might let you come up and speak if the lady who has an issue with you is not there. You know, because, you know, hey, some women feel like they're being stalked. Some women are feeling like, you know, insulted, and it's not just and but that means you got to be communicative. I mean, you got to got to understand and set the boundaries, like you given a chance. But if she comes in there and say, "Hey, what he's doing there," I thought he wasn't. You gone. You know, because we have had one where we had a lady, but as I said, she don't come often. So her issue with the person, sometimes you'll see them there, and sometimes you won't. But I think they have resolved their issues, and as long as they're not on this panel at the same time, they chill. Yeah. Yeah.
Rules is rules. All right, y'all. I'm about to get up out of here. This is a good panel, good network. So I
It was a
appreciate it.
pleasure to have met you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pleasure talking to y'all. Pleasure talking to y'all.
Always.
All right, y'all.
I want to say this. This Dame is my battle. We talked a long time, and like I said, you got to have a balance. Um, I have been on female panels before, but I stay in my space of my balance. I understand it's no different. I look at it like a woman's kitchen. You can input a little bit, but at the end of the day, let the women have their kitchen. When it starts getting hot, all right, cool, y'all got it. No. It's time for me to go. Respectfully, I could buy out. That's why I think Dame, you saw me come up that day and say, hey, that's chill. Like, and so that, you gotta understand. I don't have a problem with women having their own space. Just like men have their own space.
Well, men will discuss them. I believe they have. That's why I only weigh in much. Uh,
Oh, by the way, how is Max doing tonight? How is he doing? He straight?
He's doing okay, but they
You
got
ain't
him on
got to give no
medication.
details. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I don't want to.
Yeah, he's doing
Uh,
better. The pneumonia's
that's what.
cleared up.
Okay, doing better is a good thing. All right,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, sometimes open panel forget that there's still the women's space. Even if they hardly come up, that's their choice. If they choose not to come up on the panel, even though we want y'all to come up, they
That's
don't
why I
have
couldn't
to.
leave you by yourself, because Charlene's celebrating her birthday and you can't hate on her for that. Because I was like, wait a minute, I'm not going to have, at times I actually just like to listen.
Mhm.
And in this situation and circumstance, even though I knew my connection might not be as strong as I would like, I was just like, look, I'm just going to participate and just sit still and speak when I'm spoken to, because presence is a form of support as well. And I do support this channel as best as I can.
Mhm.
And I hope that you all recognize that, like, it's my intention to support this channel. I can't be everywhere at every time,
Yeah.
but those times that I am available, it's my intention to support people that I care about.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know BMT came up as a part to do the same thing as you, to look out, to show support. Same thing with Bro Speak when he comes up here. And hey, we
That's
have
right.
interesting conversations.
All the good brothers. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
I
yeah.
like BMT. I like your question earlier about how we got here to Black YouTube. Was that the nature of your question? That people should ask themselves, how did they get here?
well, the question is aimed at asking.
Your connection is
Um,
choppy at the moment.
there we go. Like, if I'm in my bed now. Like the thing about it is, a lot of the questions that she's asking, like, can men stay focused? And I
Oh,
was like,
okay.
well, focus on what? Like, you're asking a specific question on what?
Okay.
So
The
you know,
I think Charlene meant to ask, can they stay focused on the relationship?
well,
On
okay,
building a relationship. Mm-hmm.
okay, and I mean, so when you ask those kind of questions,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to, people are asking to hear. Well, I want to know, can men stay focused on the relationship? Well, you got to ask them where they at in their life. If I'm trying to get myself together, can I afford to stay focused on a relationship, or do I need to stay focused on myself? Can I afford to stay focused on you if I'm focused on the streets? Like, you have to ask. You have to ask, like, well, to what are you staying focused on? Don't say, well, now that I'm with you, you need to focus on me. Well, maybe that's not really. Maybe he's not there. He's not
Mm-hmm.
there. Just like, a man can say, well, I want a family. Whoa, my focus ain't that. I'm with you, but my focus ain't on the family right now. So you can't ask something of me if I'm not equipped mentally for that type of walk. So that's why when I ask people, when they get on YouTube and they start telling these things of, well, I'm here, or this happened or that happened, you you're not getting the full story, whether they want to believe it or not. You're not truly, because nobody's going to tell their sins so easily online. You understand me? Nobody gonna tell their what broke them. I can admit some of the things that I did, but then to be able to deal with that critique of judgment of why I made that decision. Well, why'd you allow that man to get so close to you? Well, the woman don't want to say, well, shit, I still love him, or I still have feelings for him, or I maybe there's a slither of me that want to see that man do something. Girl, you ain't learned shit. So now she don't want to hear that because now all she's getting is last and judged
Mm-hmm.
versus actually saying, hey, I tried. I tried. Just like a brother, well, shit, bro, you don't know these kind of women. Hold up, bro. The woman, I see something in her. Whether y'all don't like her, but she has a baby or some ish. Guess what? I see value in her. I see something in her that makes me happy. So, and this is why I don't like it. That's why I put out the show today. If you have a tangible relationship, you have something going on for you, you got to get your ass away from YouTube or social media. You can't be talking your business like that to these things because it's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
A brother can't be focused on the streets and focused on the home. You can't have two masters. Same thing
Yeah.
for ladies. You can't be talking about I want a good man, but then you online every other goddamn day. Gotta switch that focus up, baby. Let that be your trend. You gotta start switching up. So can a man focus on a relationship? Yes, he can. There are men that can do that. But when they do that, you have to keep pace with them. You know? Don't worry about what's going on with the latest buzz of them and that XYZ. Trends come and go. But that man won't be there forever. Same thing for that man. You more worried about pleasing the streets and your looks rather than that of the imagery. I don't care how what men say that you a simp for women. No, I'm just balanced. I say my piece on these panels, and if they don't receive it, they don't receive it. Let them feel. But but I'm also gonna be honest and understand that there are some people that are coming to the social hospital, as I call it, Dame and Frank, Dame and
Mm-hmm.
Charlene social hospital for healing. Now, what I will tell some people or to the women, be careful what you put out there to the universe. Understand, this is not a place you want to get too deep in. Maybe if you talk on the phone behind closed doors, and even so far to take it that far, because you have to do your own self reflection. And so I tell a lot of men, this is why a lot of men are online vulnerable. This is why they're crying out for a father. This is why they're crying out and mourning a dead man. Versus, hey, maybe daddy gone, but we still here. We still got work to do. I ain't mourning over no dead man. My focus is on my family and those around me. Same as a woman. Woman, you ain't got no time to worry about what no girl doing out there in the street. Worry about what your child. Summertime coming, so you need to worry about your family and your man. Don't worry about these girls out here in the street. So that's why I was looking at the conversation, and I was like, I look at a lot of stuff that y'all put out there, dang. I'm like, man, these things towards men, but y'all asking questions, but people take off the focus of those a good comment of good topic, and they take it elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all from one content creator to a up and coming content creators, you got to keep the focus.
Yeah.
You got to that's I can't tell y'all ladies how to do it. Y'all will have to find it for yourself. But I know y'all get frustrated, like, dang, we was having a good conversation, and it came with distractions. No. Y'all ask a question. You want to focus. Keep it on your focus. Whether 5 people listening or not, those
Mm-hmm.
5 people want to get their lesson. And that's fair. I like y'all ladies topic. I like it, but it challenges me as a man to maybe there's some young men who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I tell some men, hey, if you're having a hard time dealing with that woman, maybe it might not be such a bad idea to put yourself on child support. What? BMT, are you crazy? No, I'm not. Because if you put yourself on child support, now she got to bring the child to you. So now she has to do right. Pay your thing, and you don't got to deal with her. But what you got to do and keep it moving like that. If y'all get it working together, y'all can drop it. But that comes from experience,
Mm-hmm.
and so I wanted to talk about that on the panel. Versus let's talk about the woes of racism. I can't stop racism. I'm sorry. I'm a black man in the world. I live here. But I can teach young boys and young girls or people who don't have it together yet. Hey, this is living. Y'all can live a nice life. Y'all don't have to be ashamed. It's okay. You know.
Yeah.
Black yeah. So I rock heavy with y'all. Don't let these
Okay.
people take y'all out y'all peace.
Okay. All right.
hmm
Working more on the focus myself. But
No, you do
that.
good. You do good, Dane. I be coming around. Y'all do good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
David and them, they still want to debate y'all. They want to debate y'all. That's what they told me.
Oh, okay.
But
Mm-hmm.
y'all take care. Tell Max I hope he feel better, man. I ain't know my battle was down, man. I didn't know he was down.
Well, he's not gonna let you. He's not gonna let you know too much that he's down, and he
He's
didn't
getting
feel like
back
he was
up.
down. Yeah, and shoots. He was moving like he didn't have it. They had to tell him
No,
that. We thought maybe it was a little fluid buildup, but no, turn out that's what it was.
no, right. Sometimes, and that's where a woman comes into play.
Mhm.
Sometimes a man will try to ignore his body,
Yeah.
and a woman will have to slow him down. Say, sit your ass down.
Uh-huh.
I know you. I know you think you strong, but it's okay to be weak. If Kevin had a good woman, there's no shot at him. She would have took them drinks away from him and probably gave him some tea, some lemon. Say, hey, you don't got to do a show every night. Let's just go. Let's just go sit down, watch TV, or go to bed. That's why sometimes it's
I
good to focus.
that's a good. That's a good. You know what? So is it that he didn't allow himself to be loved? You know, because he was
Well,
popular enough to obviously find somebody that would know how to
no,
take care of him in the
no,
interest of his health. It just seems like he just didn't want love.
you don't know. You don't. How can you want something that you don't know? You
Okay.
can't. You can't want something that you don't know.
Well, he's been divorced twice, and that does leave quite a,
You can be
sting
married.
in your heart.
You can be married. There are people who get married and don't know jack shit about love. There are women that could take 100 men to bed and still don't know love. There are men that can go and have 20 kids and that have not one connection to their women or those children. Like, don't you understand what I'm saying? Versus that one man, he get one good woman, and if Dane would have told that man, listen, turn off that camera, shut down that thing. You come to bed. You sick. Now he is missing his focus. She's on her focus of make sure he gets his thing together. See, this is why sometimes y'all men, y'all killing yourself. Because a woman will see something wrong with you. Baby, I called the family doctor. You going to the doctor tomorrow? I got work. No, you don't. You're gonna stay in the bed till I take you to that doctor. You're gonna go to that doctor. We're gonna pick up your medicine in Walgreens. And you're gonna come home, get you some therapy, and get you back on your feet. Now, that is she hindering? No, she's focused. She got on focus. Same thing as a man. If you on your focus and you see your woman dealing with the kids and X, Y, and Z, go fix some pork and beans and rice. Go fix the meal. Help the kids out. Help the woman out and all this stuff. I promise you, she will thank you. Thank you. Thank you for seeing the focus of what's going on. But you have to be attuned to each other. And if you're not, I promise you, it's an uphill battle. I'm happy that Max has a lot. You know what? That's why a lot of black men die early.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody actually question why. Why are black men dying at 50, 40? You know, it's a lot of these black men on social media are dying early, more and more fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then you gotta look at the pattern. There's no woman in sight. There's no woman in sight to maintain and help him maintain his focus. See, mine's pulled me off YouTube. Come on, Joe. No. I gotta talk. Joe, come on. YouTube will still be here. When you sick and gone, they will keep going. That was some real shit she told me.
Yep, it'll be here when you get back. Exactly.
We'll be here when you get back. And she turned that shit off. And guess what? I took a week. Hell, now I take breaks. But see, it took a woman's focus to see that. Just like for sometimes a man, sometimes that's why sometimes your woman sees things you can't see. And sometimes men have to understand or keep certain things where a woman. I'll show you a case in point. I ain't gonna dox myself. Something happened to my child at school. Mama Bear just put on her bonnet, threw on her slides. They didn't even put the bra on. And jumped in the car. I'm about to go fuck a bitch up at that school. I had to jump off, stop my work there, what I was doing, and head to the school. Now, poor little white girl, she was scared, but she seen an angry black mama coming there about her child. I kept my focus. Said, ma'am, I told her the situation. Mama Bear ain't trying to talk. Mama Bear about that action. Listen, woman, calm your ass down. Hush. You don't speak. I will speak. So when the principal come out, I guess she was scared to come from behind that plexiglass. It's okay. You can come here. You can come here. She ain't gonna touch you. She ain't. Keep your eyes on me. Trust me, I got her. I told her the situation. She said, "Where's my effing child?" We're not gonna curse. She said, "Understand that this is a woman. You don't play with Mama Bear's children. You understand me? A woman will die for her children and not even blink twice." So the fact that she down here with her bonnet and her slides on, she was ready for war. And I said, listen, we come to get our kid and we're going to walk out of here together. So I kept the focus because she was in an emotional state. I was in a logical state. Yeah, she was mad at me. Yeah, she was like, Joe, you going to let her just... But when it was all said and done, and I was in my office working, she came, she put her hand on my shoulder. She said, "Thank you for being the level-headed one. Thank you." Because if she would have got in trouble, CPS would have been there. You understand what I'm saying? So one person had to keep the focus of, I get she's mad, but we're here. Just like sometimes when I turn up, she has to be the balanced one. Shh, baby, I'm here. Calm down. So you got to have a balance to these things. That's what Mike was talking about. You got to have a balance. A lot of these men don't have a balance. They still mad at their mama or whatever woman left them or whatever type of shit. Just like a lot of these women, they don't have a balance. They still holding on to something of a daddy or whatever man got them. And they're carrying that. So they're not properly attuning themselves to a balance. I love this conversation. But there got to be a balance. If there's no balance, there's nothing but chaos. So I'll let y'all ladies go. I know y'all want to rest. Y'all go and get your rest. I love y'all. Good talking with you, Mela. Dane, you all
Believe
cool,
it or not,
Charlotte?
I'm wide awake, but we do have to.
Oh, y'all,
But the
I didn't
stream
know.
has to end.
I didn't want to run it past any time. I'm just Like I said, I don't know how long y'all already running. I'm good.
Is
I'm just
anybody out
saying.
there going live?
You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I'll see y'all guys later.
All
Y'all
right.
peace.
Mm-hmm.
All right, brother. Good night.
Yeah,
Best
yeah,
wishes.
yeah. Now he kind of woke me up a little bit. But okay. He's clearing up something that I thought about. I always wondered about depends on where he's focused at. And that sometimes you get, no matter what the flack, cause this guy I kind of love, but his focus was everywhere. He was trying to get right money wise. He was trying to get right with his kids. He was trying to take care of his mama plus himself. And then there was me on top of that, I understood that I wasn't going to be his main, and it didn't matter because what I was attracted to, how much he loved his kids, how he tried to take care of his mother, but he wasn't ready yet. But I didn't like that I was changing. In some ways I was becoming demanding, but he wasn't aware of it because I didn't let him know. But I knew I was becoming demanding because I kept trying to logic the emotion that I was feeling. I realized, no, I'm twisting. I'm going to become a woman that ain't me, like because I need some of the attention, but he needed to focus. So
Yeah.
I had to break it off with him. He didn't want to break it off, and and when I didn't get there, I kind of made it happen. But we talk later, because he realized I just said what I said because he wasn't listening to me. So we talked again. I said, look, you need your attention on yourself and your kids and your mama, and stuff like that. Mainly yourself and your kids. and you can't give me the attention I realized that I needed, and I don't want to change it because that's the main thing I love about you. I love that you're trying to be a better man, not just for yourself, but for your kids and a better son to your mother, because he has some issues. And I said, okay, let's just do it like this, temporarily for a year. I need to focus on myself. You need to focus on yourself and stuff like that. I got some issues I got to deal with. You got some issues you got to deal with. You got to get to where you need to be. We're gonna come back in a year, and if there's improvement, we'll get back together and stuff like that. Eh, well, it didn't work out. The year when we was coming close to the year, he met someone else and he got married. Yeah. Friends of my friend or two try to beat me up over it and stuff like that. You should have stayed with him, blah blah blah. I said, well, obviously wasn't meant to be if you found someone else. But it didn't work out for them, because people that thought we was the cutest couple ever and stuff like that, and that we both knew was keeping me informed of what was going on with him. And I was like moving on because he had moved on and stuff like that, and just keep concentrating on me. So I was a little too much. I had a little too much knowledge of what was going on in his relationship, and it
A
wasn't
little
working
too
out.
much knowledge. Hey, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I be trying to tell. I don't want to
Hey,
know. I don't care.
They
Hey,
can't.
bro, speak.
They was bringing you all the tea.
hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
We good. What's happening, bro?
Oh, nothing. I was listening in. Listen to two of my favorite people were over here. I couldn't get on because signal was kind of messing up. But
It's
yeah.
Sharlene's birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she a Taurus, man.
Wow. Yeah. Happy birthday, Sharlene, if you're listening. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. That's right.
Yeah. So, and I think belated Mother's Day to her too. So, two things. So,
The month of May. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was listening in, and y'all were talking about, why some men die early, and yeah, it goes back to they don't have people really in their lives, um, to really check up on them. You know, like you said, either a woman or some real friends that can actually talk to them. I have some coworkers who, they'll look at me and say like, "Hey, are you all right? You all right?" And but it's just that shows. I have some coworkers that'll call me like, just if I be gone like a while, you know, either because I'm sick or I have this disease called sick of work. So it's like one will pick up the phone.
It's
Hey,
definitely contagious.
shit, man, it's like, boy, I mean, it be spreading. Like some weeks it's like be spreading. Oh, you got it too, man. You been gone a week? Yeah, yeah. I caught the sick of work,
Yes,
man.
but a lot of people, they can't stand working, man. They just,
Yeah,
it's a different generation. There was a time you were grateful to be working, and now these days people, they they hate that they work. They just hate it.
yeah.
They won't admit it because they're making good money, because that's the conflict. It's like, I'm making good money, but I hate that I have to work. That's an emotional conflict right there. I'm like,
Yeah,
Lord God, I don't even know what to tell you.
that will stress you out more than anything because man, I'm making this money, but God, I hate this job, but I don't want to change it because what will happen if I get out there and I fail? So now, you know, but so I'm coming back to this job now. I'm taking time off, go and get doctor's notes, wink, wink. And now you you
I
you
remember
have the
those days.
hmm now you got the virtual. You can go to the virtual doctor for free if you got insurance. All they do is like, hey, I need a couple of days off. Oh, no problem. Turn it right in. Shh. Uh-uh. So it's one of those things. But yeah, when we talk about why a lot of these dudes do die early, it and I've seen it with some women too. It's because they don't really have no real friends, no real family around. They've either pushed them away, or things just happen, and they're just by themselves, and nobody really goes in and they don't have nobody to check on, nobody to check on their health to stop them. Hey, you're doing too much. Maybe you need to hey, maybe you need to go see a doctor. Maybe you need to go see a therapist.
My son is like that. He does not like to ask for help. It's so frustrating. You know, he he's not attending to his nutrition like he should. And you know, and then when he's, on occasion had gotten ill, it took everything I had not to practically fuss at him because it's preventable. It's like, if you would just not look at me as your mother and actually look at me as someone that knows what it takes to survive, then you can actually flourish in life because you're not going to be sick. And he's just I don't know. Anyway, we got Brother Max on the panel. Hey, brother.
Hey, Max.
What's going on, Bella? What's up, bro? Speak. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing all right. You feeling all right, Max?
Yeah, man. I'm much better. I'm home now. I'm relaxing, man. Recovering. Had a really bad case of pneumonia.
Yeah,
Did you
I've
hear
heard.
the live stream?
Huh?
What parts did you hear? What parts did you
Yeah,
and Bro Speak
I heard
here
some.
tonight?
I heard some parts of it. I'm a little disappointed at Leonard though. And that goes to what I was talking about, how weak black men are. You know, I mean, to say something like that sounds so feminine. We have to get back to being rough and tough men. Hold on one second, please.
All right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Leonard Roy situation that happened. I'm tempted to look at a previous live stream, but I'll take your word for it
Yeah, but what I'm
that
saying
he
is,
wasn't
this is
acting right. I'll take.
right. This is the image that black men have today. We have a very soft image. You know, any you upset about any little thing. You're so worried about getting your feelings hurt. You don't want to be disrespected. Let me tell you, so this is the real world. People get disrespected. I don't care nothing about getting you. You'll never hear me sit up here and say, "Don't disrespect me." You're gonna find out if I feel like being disrespected or not when you disrespect me. But you ain't gonna hear me talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? Because it just sounds weak to me that guy. I don't want to be on a panel where somebody verbally disrespect me. Seriously, that's weak. And you know, and if that's the way you are, you don't need to be up here, okay? Because this is not the channel for weak men. You up here with the Black Knight, that means you're a strong brother and I respect you. You ain't up here, I don't respect you. Okay? And so, but I appreciate the brothers and sisters who are participating in what we're trying to do over here. We have launched a few shows to where we're trying to develop the Black relations side of this channel. You know, the part that we say that we promote relations between Black men and Black women. That's the side that we're developing right now. And we appreciate the brothers and sisters who recognize what we're doing and are participating accordingly. You know, Mela, BMT, Super Mike, Bro Speak, God Amongst Men. And I like the way things are going. We had some growing pains, but I feel that we're on the right track. There's been some tough discussions. I thought you guys handled it very well. There was a situation where something got a little bit out of control, but you know, I was able to come up there and take care of that. But other than that, I like the way it's going, man. I'm starting to hear Black men and Black women talk out their issues. I'll talk about really important issues that are really bothering Black men and Black women, not just this commercial bullshit that's out here. I'm talking about real internal problems. You know, kids, what's going on in the house, how you feel about each other in a relationship, these things that really tear the inside out of a Black relationship. You know, can men stay focused on a relationship? Who you actually focused on in a relationship? You know, women want to know the answer to that. You know, and I like that we're starting to get these discussions on the board.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah, it takes the right people.
Right,
They can have
right.
that conversation about that. You know,
Right, and I appreciate you know all of y'all, man, who participate. You, Bro Speak, Mela. You know, it's really going well. You know, we're developing it. You know, it's still a little rough. It's going to be rough because there's going to be some touchy situations. You know, we just got to push our way through it and keep at it. And I think that as we keep at it, we'll get better. What do you guys think?
yeah,
Of course.
and we have to also understand that
Perseverance.
right, and there's some topics. As much as we want to say it don't bother us, it's going to bother us regardless because it is a sensitive issue.
Right
now, and how you handle that. Sometimes you don't handle it well, but we have to make sure we have a check and balance. Like it, you know, they see me going off on somebody. Dame comes in and say, "Hey, calm down. Hey, calm down." So as long as we checking each other, make sure that we're not taking it too far where it goes into now you're just on some insulting type shit, then you know it'll work itself out. You know, and that
right. It's going to get loud sometimes. It's going to get intense because of the subject matter. Some of the subject matter is touchy, but it has to be talked about because there's problems. The reason why we have the subject matter is because it's causing major issues between Black men and Black women. Like we're just getting started. We got a lot more coming to the table. Where do we set up the discussion between our parents using children as weapons in the black community? Where do we get that discussion going? Okay, we're expecting that to be a lit panel the way we're gonna word that and have that talked about, because there's an issue where there are parents using children as weapons against each other, and it ain't just the women doing it; the men are doing it too. Both are doing it now. You know, so that's something that we have to tackle. That's something that has to stop, because the kids are being hurt in the process. Okay, that's something that has to be tackled. We got to get on that. We also got to get into our health. That's a major problem in our communities. Black men's health, black women's health, black children's health. We got to tackle those discussions. You know, we got people dying everywhere. You know, God bless Samuels. I didn't agree with him when he was alive, but you know, black health. You know, we got to get into our health issues. What are we eating? I just suffered walking pneumonia, but then when I got my blood work, you know, I had all kinds of other problems that I had to take care of. You know, so I'm going to be out of work for a couple of months, but you know, I'll be healthy once I go back. But you know, black health. Yeah, that's something we ain't even touching.
Yeah,
you know, we got to get after that too.
Yeah, because I was hearing about you with the walking pneumonia. My mother had the same thing.
Yeah,
and she was still working. It took her going to the hospital, and then for her to find out, not only did she have to walk in pneumonia, she also had clogged arteries. She had to get a triple bypass.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, man.
You know, but
one of my lungs, I think it was my right lung was completely filled up with fluid, and the left lung was halfway. So if I had worked, say maybe another couple of days, I would have drowned in my own fluid.
Yeah, and that's what that walking pneumonia do to you.
Heard you time and time again with that labored breathing, and we, you know, it was always, you know, like, is he all right? Is he all right? And you just kept hanging in there, and it's like it was very, you know, it was distressing because men don't know when to just go to the doctor. You know, it's like,
That's
can
true.
you just go to the doctor? And they just like, no, I'm big and strong and I'm a last, like, you know, it's like, no, man, go to the doctor, man. You know, you're not supposed to be having labored breathing in that fashion, you know. And it was it's good to hear you sounding better. It's really good.
Oh yeah, man. They got about, let me see, nearly 40 pounds of fluid out of me.
I think it's up higher than that from what you had told me. If I was to add it up.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And so, hey, man, have black health, man. We don't talk about it. It's like it's taboo. You know, we got to get those discussions going, and we got a lot of issues. I'm focusing on the internal issues. I don't care about the cosmetic issues, the negative problem. I don't care about the commercial issues. Those really aren't real issues. Okay, it's the internal issues that's tearing us apart. You know, how are we taking care of our kids? Like BMT said, okay, if you have a situation where a man and a woman are separated, but they have children, the woman is bringing in another man. You know, is he allowing him to govern over over another man's children? I spoke before about that. We don't like that. You know, I said that on another podcast with Sharlene. Men, we don't play that. I know I don't. I don't want no other man talking to my kid. I don't want no other man saying anything to my children. Those are my children. If there's an issue with my children, you call me. You don't have no other man govern over my children. Now, I don't know how other guys feel about that, but that's the way I feel about it. And, you know, and I can understand brothers who have problems with that, because I have a major issue with that too. But there's some brothers who don't feel that way. There are some sisters who don't feel that way. So what do we do? Are we at an impasse, or is it something that we can get around? We
I
won't know
don't
until
know.
we talk about it.
I don't know, because those blended
I think
families, that's opening up a whole nother can of something, because those blended families,
Yeah.
they do encounter those conflicts where, well, that's his daddy or her daddy. But it's like, no, they're in my household. I have them
Right.
covered. Anything, and for you to consider him means that you're stepping on my leadership under the household that I
Exactly.
provide. And that's not
And
cool.
that's a real issue that's in relationships today. It has been in relationships for a long time, and it causes major problems. I'm talking about major problems. Okay, and these are the type of things that don't get talked about.
Everything
That's
from
me.
hidden,
Yeah.
everything from hidden resentment, like just, they just don't look at you the same anymore. So there's that hidden resentment all the way up to a straight up blowout.
And you know what? The thing
It
about it,
matters.
if you got a hardworking guy, okay, it's okay. Listen, we're not saying that we don't care about, but let's be balanced about the sides, right? There are issues on both sides, but not issues the way we thought they were. Like, outside issues. There are internal issues on both sides that are absolutely wrecking black people, and this is one of them, because this can turn into a big problem real quick. People have lost their lives over this type of situation. Men don't like when especially a prideful man who let's just say he's a hard working 40-hour a week guy, time and a half overtime. That's an old school, hard knocks, hard hitting working dude. Okay, and he's got a couple of children. Okay, for one, he's already prideful about his children. All right, so there's a split up. He can deal with that. He's taking care of his kid. Now here comes some dude in a situation. Okay, and she's knowing how this man is, knowing he don't play that, allowing some dude to govern over his children. That's how people get killed. And I've seen people get killed like that. Okay, a lot of men do not play that, and that's something that women need to understand. That's a problem that they need to correct on their side, just like men have to correct certain issues on their side. That's one of the issues that women have to correct on their side, because I've only seen it come from that point of view. You understand what I'm saying? From the female side. And that's something that they have to correct. You can't do men. A lot of men don't play that, and you can get somebody killed like that. You can get that boyfriend of yours killed, or he might end up killing your husband, which is your baby's daddy's now. Somebody gonna end up dying behind shit like that. That's how serious that is to a lot of men.
And the thing of it is, it don't even have to be that the one or the other is doing something that is wrong. Particularly, it's just the fact that he is trying to govern, and he's probably doing it he's trying to do it the right way. But the thing of it is like you said, with men, that's their child.
That's right.
And I don't want no other man to be doing anything to my child without me knowing. So it's kind of, my dad was kind of like that, even though my dad was kind of Rolling Stone type dude, but he still had that same thought process. That's my child.
And
How
so,
you gonna let some other man be in there?
Right. And so how do we fix it? We have to express to the women, hey, this is how we feel. So they'll know how we feel. You see what I'm saying? A lot of them don't know how we feel. A lot of them think it's okay, or it's no big deal. No, it's not okay. And it is a big deal. And so we have to express that. We have to let them know, hey, listen, I take care of my kids. Okay?
And we
If
got
there's
the
an issue with
happy
my
birthday
kids,
girl on the panel.
Happy
hey,
birthday.
birthday girl.
Thank you, guys. I just came
What's going
from
on?
watching Doctor Strange.
Oh,
It
okay.
was good. It was good. Like it was really good. So
You liked
Yeah.
it? Okay, cool.
And so We have to tell our sisters, and it's okay to have this conversation. This is not a gender bashing conversation. This is a getting the cards out on the table conversation. Hey, this is how we feel. We don't like it when y'all do this. We don't want no man govern over our children. These are my children. Okay, I help you create these children. I'm the father. If there's an issue, you talk to me. Please don't have no other man govern over my children, because that's going to mess with my ego. It's going to mess with who I am as a man and a father. So we have to express ourselves to let them know that. Go ahead.
I think. Oh, give me a chance to gather my thoughts. This is the deal, right? It would appear that a man who who impregnates a woman that he didn't marry, and she is going through her life and she encounters a man that wants to marry her. So here comes the father of the child, always interjecting himself because, as Bro Speak said, I don't want anything going on with my child that I don't approve of. And
right.
Then here it is, the other house, the household that the child is living in is being provided by a man that is her husband. So I was wondering whether or not, because I've heard these assertions that, well, she needs to just keep to herself until the baby grown. It's like, no, because you're not canceling your lifestyle. It's like she has a right to, she has a right to have a life after you. Just because you two have a child together, that doesn't mean that she shouldn't have a life after you. But there are men that would prefer that. It's like, okay, I got you pregnant, we got this baby. Yeah, I didn't marry you, but they ain't got nothing to do with you sitting put until it's time for our baby to move on into their adult life. That's not cool. That's not cool to me. But I think a lot of men would prefer that based on this ego that you're talking about. Like, they would prefer if the mother of their child, even though they didn't commit to her, would just sit put until the child is an adult.
Well, I don't know, but I don't know about sit. Well, what do you mean when you say sit put? Are you saying that they don't want her to live her life, or
not having any romantic engagements that could or could not lead to marriage whatsoever? Now, some women, from what I hear in the ratchet community, they do take it overboard. They, when you're rotating men in and out of your child's life, that's an unhealthy dynamic. So I'm not endorsing that. I'm talking about those situations where, the woman has some sense as to how to guard the sensibilities of your children or your child, and eventually the man that takes her seriously enough to propose marriage, a sincere marriage, not that pretend marriage, like I'm just here because you cook good, not that kind of marriage, but like he actually cares for her and he accepts her child that you both had made together. So isn't it kind of messed up that the father of the child is just interjecting himself, unannounced, just because he want to make sure that things are going copacetic?
Well, some men, right, even though I feel it's wrong, they probably would prefer if the mother did nothing until the child was grown. But that's not right. She has a right to live her life too. She wants to move on with another man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. My only issue is that you keep him and the children, because it's an active. If it's not an active father, that's one thing. But if it's an active father, keep that guy and the children separated. Don't cross the two.
Yeah, I think that's where I think where women kind of get that. Well, oh, you're trying to keep me from my life. No, if I'm an actual, we're not talking about these bum ass dudes who really using these children to try to get to her. We're talking about actual men who are actually trying to be fathers. It
active
didn't work out
fathers.
for whatever reason, but they actually trying to be fathers. Yeah, that is a real fear because you don't know what this man might come in to do to
Exactly.
these children.
And you don't know what
And
he's children.
you hear stories of the man come in, the mother trusted this dude, you know, then next thing you know, this child getting beat up and hurt or raped because of who she let in. And so yeah, that's a real fear. I mean, I know some women don't like that because you think we're trying to get into your business, but the thing is, the child is as much as we want to say that, well, okay, you can't get in my business. No, that child, sorry, that
I
child
think
is my business.
this is where we're messy at in relationships. Black men and black women are both messy when it comes down to relationships, especially marriages. I think we're very messy, and we have to clean it up. Because it's hurting us as black people. We're extremely messy in our relationships. Sometimes we don't know if we're coming or going in our relationships. That's why relationships don't last. They end in real bitter divorces or separations, which carry over into bad parenting, and then it just trickles down. Children are being used as weapons, which is crazy.
Yeah.
They get destroyed in the process. One of them end up hating one side or the other, and then one side blames the other for eternity. Nobody forgives each other. Everybody's mad at each other until hell freezes over. Okay? And then there's resentment everywhere. There's disdain everywhere. I hate you. You hate me. I hate your whole family. I hate your guts. I hate all,
Yeah.
And it just continues to get worse. We're very messy in relationships. We have to clean up our relationships. Very, very messy. If you have if you get custody and you're a man and you get custody of your children and you're letting your new girlfriend govern over your children who have an active mother, that's messy. If you're doing it with the father, that's if you're doing it with a man and you're the mother and he has an active father and he's involved, that's messy too. That's messy. That's going to cause major problems, especially when you have active parents in these children's lives. They're both on both sides, an active mother on one side and active father on the other. Man, y'all asking for it. Yo, you have no idea. People get killed behind shit like that. Okay, that's how serious that is. I was just reading something a week ago where the boyfriend disciplined the man's child, and the man came over, got into it with the guy, and he shot the father in the chest, killed the father in front of his kid. Hello?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, how did that happen? A boyfriend interceded where he was not wanted. He wasn't the child's father. The child had an active father. Okay, the father should have been called when the child needed discipline. So now you wouldn't discipline the child. You put your hands on somebody else's child. Now that person is coming to defend their child because now they see you, okay, as an abuser to their their child or their children. And then you don't even have the presence of mind to be a man about it and say, hey, look, my bad, I thought Johnny needed some discipline. I stepped out of line, but I love the kid too, and I understand you as father. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe we can work it out. Maybe we can talk it. Even if we throw a fisticuffs, you punch me, I punch you, and it's over with. But you know what I'm saying? But to pull out a gun and kill this man in front of his kid, come on now. Where we at with that?
Yeah, shouldn't even got to that point.
Exactly.
And I remember Uma was saying that what we should be doing is that if you're coming into this family, I mean this woman's life with this child, you, your first thing should be, if you're gonna really be serious about it, is meeting with that father and having that conversation. Hey, what you want me to do, what not to do. I'm not trying to take over your spot. I'm trying to assist you. So what can I do to help you? And that does take to that does kind of a humbling of yourself. Like you have to
It
take
takes
your ego,
maturity.
take the ego out the game.
Right,
So
you
you
know,
can
and,
so
and
you can
what,
get and I know that it's hard. I'm not saying this is easy.
and you know what really bothered me about this, though, bro? Speak.
Yeah.
That man was killed in front of his son, and the mother now has to look at because the child was old enough to understand what happened. So now she has to look into the face of a heartbroken child who watched his father get murdered by her boyfriend.
Right.
So now that's in her house every day. A broken child who's traumatized.
And
by
and
the
that
very man that you let sleep in your bed that wasn't his father take his father's life. Who do you think he's going to blame?
Yeah. Who's he gonna look at?
Right.
And now his view on women is turned.
Well, I don't know. Well,
I mean, at the very least, it's going to be affected for
I
life.
know there's going to be an issue with him and his mother. I know that. That's gonna be a thing.
Right.
Because because you're not gonna be able to play that out because that happened in front of him, right? You're not gonna be able to get rid of that. That's gonna stay with him. And it's gonna always be that was mama's boyfriend. That was mama's boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna see. This is what I mean by we're messy. We can't let things like this happen. Okay. And it's happening on both sides. It ain't just the women. The men. There's also an article where the girl, right, killed the baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
What about that it was actual thing happened where the stepmom starved the little girl to death,
Right.
and
Yeah.
she was
Yeah.
dead, and the
Yeah.
father was acting like he wasn't there, he didn't try to do anything, he didn't try to investigate, and he didn't know his child was dead. The father played like he didn't know, he just played along with it.
Yeah. That happens
I
too.
don't know how you don't know something. How you don't know your child is. Wait. Wait a minute. That don't even make any sense. It takes a long time to start somebody.
Yes, the child was sick in the bed, and nobody wanted to take the child to the hospital. The child was losing weight. The child only ate when she was around her dad, and she used to get abused because her dad used to go to work, and her dad never noticed anything. It's just like crazy. How you don't notice what's going on with your child? You don't talk to your child every day. You don't see how they're doing.
Especially when the child is in your own house. How you miss
Yeah,
something?
the child was in the
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put it this way. I don't know. Y'all know the story of Andrea Yates?
Yeah. That's the one that killed her children.
Yes.
Drowned them all, and they blamed the father.
Yeah. He was there in the home, but he was working.
Yeah,
he was working at NASA. His mother.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What got me about that was right. They blamed him for giving her children. That's what they blamed him for.
Well, the thing is, they wouldn't blame him. Well, not only for that, but the thing I had an issue with, you knew this woman had issues, big mental issues. And instead of taking the children away from her, give the children away from her and letting her deal with those issues, you kept the children around her.
I'm sorry.
And
I
yeah,
can't. I wouldn't have met. How did he? He had to have found this out before they got married.
that's well, I don't
See,
know
this
if
is
it
what I mean
developed.
by
I don't know if it developed beforehand or after she
see,
had children.
see, this is what I mean by guys. A lot of guys, marriage is for only the strong. You see, you got to find this out before you get married. You don't think I had a psych evaluation or whatever? You got to find this out, man. Like if she got this kind of issue, you can't marry somebody like that, but because you can never have children.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's where people were getting on him. And then how he kind of acted past that. That's what really got him that hate. It wasn't even so much, they would have been sympathetic towards him if, it was just how he acted past that. It just like it rubbed people the wrong way
It
here.
was more crazy when they had the town meeting, and then the white people was talking about, well, I don't think she should go to jail. What the hell you mean?
Yeah, she just X'd out her whole children by drowning them. Like, what do you mean she shouldn't go to jail? I was like, what's wrong with these people? Like, yeah.
All right, y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna cut you off. Daniel, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, bro, speak. I'm sorry, I gotta cut you short. We gotta shut it down, y'all. Then gotta get to work in the morning. All right, so y'all go ahead and shut it down, Dane. I'll see y'all in what's the name?
Okay.
All right, y'all. Peace, power, unity.
All right, Max. Take care of yourself, man.
All right. Oh, go ahead and finish up, bro. Speak. I said, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
No, yeah, but but that's what it goes. Well, I was explaining that's how some parents will be just ignoring stuff because they working, they're not focused on what's happening at home. They just thinking that this other person is taking care of the situation. They are, they're not really focused on what's going on. So Max was asking, how would you not know? Yeah, that's part of the reason, because they're not focused on the children. They thinking that this person is taking care of them, and they're focused more on that person than their children. And so these children get treated certain type of way by this other person, and you're just assuming that everything is okay, which is wrong, because you supposed to be checking in. I don't care how much time you work, you still need to check up on your children. But people tend not to do that, and they just hoping that this other person is going to do right by their children.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they don't, people going to look at you, whether you're the man or the woman, and like, wait a minute, you in the house, how you let this happen? And
Okay. So, yeah, I guess it could be. Yeah. He working all the time. But still, I think he should have noticed her losing weight, or getting smaller and smaller. Or she seemed to be eating like she's starving when she sees him.
Right. But yeah. All right. I'll let you shut it down, Dane, because I know you'll keep going.
All right, everybody. Peace, power, unity. Thanks
Peace,
to
power,
everybody
unity,
for
y'all.
joining the panel.